get revealed. Like, you know what I mean? It could be, and that'd be an experience to remember, man. So yeah, you saying that's what I really just came up with, and that to me would be crazy. Yeah, come on, Artifact, pick it up, man. It's right there. I need to reshare this, bro. Tag Artifact, let him know. Fire.
It just sounds like a vial with a time lock, basically.
Yeah, it would be cool. Like the longer, like if you did that, the chances of all 100 being rare would be higher. You know what I mean?
So
No, yeah, that makes sense.
So to jump in there, and that's we've had not in this group, but my other group, they were like, so you just want that has been said, so you just want a time lock deal, right? That should be easy enough. Put it on the contract. Well, actually, no. We have tools, right? We have incubation and we have hibernation. And we have DNAs. Let's play around with that.
And CIRL.
Yeah, and CRLs. We got all these materials. Create a scenario to where the side quests and the main quests can influence the egg. Create a scenario where if you set it when you incubate your egg, there is no set time. Your egg can hatch faster or it can hatch slower depending on what you do, right? Let's say you can actually reveal the egg, because I know some people, they're not interested in all this shit. They're just like, let me buy an egg, let me just crack it open with a hammer, right? So if that's an option, then what happens when someone does that? Is it a certain pool that it will be able to pull from? Does it come out as a baby? Whereas if I incubate on a ship, give it my blood and feed it all this material, put my CRLs on, like do all this craziness, and it's midnight or some craziness like that, then it turns out to be like a tier 3 like dragon. That is the type of imagination I want to see with like reveal, right? Not necessarily just put an egg in a chamber and just set a timer and then now I know. I actually don't want us to know. I want us to, if possible, if the app is out or whatever's going on, I would like to just get a notification like, hey, your egg is rumbling or some shit like that. And I pull it up and now I look at my egg and my egg is starting to glow with a pulse. So I'm like, all right, any day, any hour now, my egg is going to reveal, right? And then you'll have people doing live streams, you have people on YouTube like, yo, we got this egg and my reveal soon. And as the pulse gets faster and faster, like there's so much imagination you can just drown into this. And maybe I'm just too early with it, but yeah, I just
No, you're good, bro. You're on the right track. So what I said, like some people might want that, and some people might want you. They have to have heaps of different options of doing this. And like you said, like this, like our imaginations, man. There's so much that they can do that it's endless, you know. So we're on the right path, and it sucks, but I guess it does take time. But that's probably the worst part and the best part.
No, I don't want Artifact to do anything but just watch Azuki. Like, they don't need to do anything but watch them.
We're gonna watch it come down to
everybody been playing off of clones. Like, it's time for clones to play off of people. Like, we need to learn from them. We need to do better.
I think all projects can learn from each other in this space. It's not a PvP like anybody versus anybody, because the space is so small and we're literally all learning from each other. If one of the big projects wins, it's a win actually for the entire space, to be honest.
I like that. I take back what I say.
Hey man, that's what we're for. We balance each other. Von Soul, what's up, bro?
Holy shit, I almost forgot what I said because of all these fucking raw doggers, but holy, my god, but my goodness.
Who's hosting this space, bro?
Fucking bozos. But I just wanted to say, today watching the Azuki spaces really reminded me that, like, Artifact, like, as a community and us as a family, like, we've been through what they're going through right now. Like, we're basically, like, you can't go any bottom than at the bottom. But what I love to see is that, like, we're, like, you're all still here hosting every single day. Like, most of my timeline is still Artifact family. And that, personally, like, for me, seeing that kind of stuff, it is what really, like, hypes me up for the future of like what Artifact is building. And shout out to Dre for like going on that Azuki Spaces and basically like being humble and telling them like we support you and you're not in this alone. I think that's what it's all about. But just wanted to say that love all of you guys. Like honestly, like for me, Artifact is family. It's like who I love the most, and keep doing you guys, and I'm always gonna support you guys. Love.
Appreciate you, Von Stoll. All facts, dude, and we support you. Um, yeah, I agree though. Dre went like it was getting kind of dark on the space. I think Dre felt the vibes, and he went up there and like brought some light back to kind of like a dark situation. Kind of slowed everybody down, put things into kind of perspective, and reminded them, what they've been through and why they're here. So like he worded it really well, man. Um, I was worried, like it was getting heated on stage, and Dre's up there, and they skip everybody's hands to call on Dre. I'm like, oh shit, is he ready? But of course, this MFer is always ready. Like I don't like, there's no pre-planning with this guy. It just flows. Um, Shout out Dre. Let's go to Anya. Never mind. Let's not go to Anya. Let's hear from a new voice. Hey, Jarrell.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me come up. Just wanted to come and say hi. I just joined the community recently for the CloneX community. I've been watching you guys for a long time. I started in the like VV, and I slowly worked my way out to like OpenSea and stuff like that. It took me a long time. I wanted to feel comfortable. You know how it is when you first start with MetaMask. You want to feel comfortable, but eventually not. I took advantage of this bear market, and I started to like get into projects like CloneX and Doodles and stuff like that, and I absolutely love CloneX. So I'm very excited for the future, and this community is super strong. So definitely super dope, man.
Bro, welcome. Congrats on the new clone. You made a good choice joining the Angels. We got you an Angel Doll already, I'm pretty sure. Um, Beautiful clone, man, and congrats.
Thanks, man.
Bayron, the Reptile King. What's up, bro?
What's up? What's up, dude? I feel for Azuki today. I say like I was excited. I was like, yes. Because I say that because it's like I know what it feels like. I don't wish it upon anybody, but when we came back from Miami and those CIRLs were coming out, the vibes couldn't have been any higher. They were top, and that's exactly what it felt like. Listen to everybody that had been in Vegas, and so I guess it's just like anything in life. It's like as soon as everything's really good, something happens, and you get brought back down to earth. It's like fuck yeah, here we go. But they're going to be fine. They got a great PR team. They've done a great job, and it is a bummer. It's like you got to stare at this thing and be like, what the fuck? It could have been this, it could have been that, but you'd have to imagine the team's got something in place, and it's there for a reason. So Dre, thanks for being there, and I think that clones take a high road, the ones I hang out with at least, and I stick with the winners in the clone group. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of them. It's not hard to find them, but there's ones that I wouldn't say fall in that category, and I just just stay away from them. But anyways, thanks for being a good representation and letting that group know it's like no, we stand together. No one's, because if they win, we win. We win, they win. I view it that way. My second thing is I did the Fortnite challenge, the Airphoria. I got my T-shirts. The T-shirts are nowhere near the quality of Artifact T-shirts. It's not like a knock on it. I mean, I didn't expect them to be, but reminded me of how much I love the gear I have. Last point, the Fortnite shit's tight. I can't wait to see what comes out of that. And is Hemi still here? Hemi, it's Air Max City, baby. You saw that text this week. Passport citizen. So I don't know. There's some connections there. And last but not least, I can't remember. Oh, I saw somebody that said like all the clothes don't wash right. The socks are like from Costco or some shit. I can't remember what the tweet said. None of that's true. I've washed all my gear over and over again because I'm just kind of a psycho about like if I walk into a restaurant and I come out smelling like bread, or I go into fucking excuse me, Anya, if I go into like a gas station, I come out smelling like the hot dog roller. Like I can't take that, so I'm constantly washing my clothes, and there's no concerns there. So I'm so I'm really happy to be where I'm at in this clone group, and this thing's going places. Wish I had more ETH. That's all I got.
Bro, I say that every time. Wish I had more ETH, or wish I didn't blow all my ETH on expensive clones months ago. I'd be stacking more. It was funny. Von Cross, he's the host. Like I actually did a post today. Those two hosts, man, were so professional, and so they handled the stage so well amidst like such a stressful time. And I had to just by hearing how they talked, write up like an appreciation post for them. They got 1,000 people in there. A lot of people are upset, and they were managing and giving people a voice, like letting people come up and just kind of vent and talk through their frustrations. And like those dudes were killing it. But Von CrossFit was like saying the same shit. I wish I had more ETH. I'll be buying floors right now. Just one comment, Baron. I was in Miami with you, and we got Animus eggs. We claimed them for free, right? We were on a high. Miami was fire. Got all our Animus eggs, and we know what happened next. We've been through that. We felt that situation. So I actually sympathized with the guys today. I could hear it in their voices because I had felt the same thing. We experienced the exact same shit. And the best thing you could do is kind of what we did, is just start banding together and like push on. Shit works out. It eventually does. But yeah, dude, you should have heard Dre, bro. It's probably recorded. We need to pull that recording. Now let's
Yeah.
go to Anya. If she's go ahead, Baron.
Well, I just it's like that feeling of like, man, we were all together. Like, how come they didn't tell us this shit was mid? It's like you almost feel like it's personal. Like once you're like, I don't know, they'll get through it. It's a strong community. That's why they are where they're at. You got to stay strong, and let's go to Anya. I got nothing else.
If she's here this time, otherwise.
I am. I'm sorry. I had to sneak away. I'm at dinner. Okay. So I was going to say that I think I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been positively, like, treated people positively. Like if they're not in the ecosystem and they're like just watching this from afar, or they're not like stepping on people while they're down, like, thank you guys for like not being that. I can understand like for people who are like frustrated with that, have like put their money and time like into like being a part of this drop, and are frustrated, like, absolutely, it's, but as people who are just on the sideline watching, like thank you for like not shitting on them while they are all going through this experience together, like in their community. It's not our place to like do that to them while they're like going through this. When we want them to succeed so that we can continue to succeed too, because if they don't and people leave the space because of this, it hurts us too long term. So yeah.
Super well said.
And like Baron said, we all been through this for sure. Like that was the most relatable part for it all for me, was just coming freshly back from Vegas and seeing how close they were as a community and how much fun they had, and watching Azuki execute this event on that level, man. Like it was next level execution. It was super dope. And then for it to go this way was like, nah, that can't be life. And I could see how you could hear it in Von's voice as they were hosting. Like the morale was ultra high, and then it just kept just melting down and going down, and like when the reveal came, it was like, oh wait, what is this? Let me see. And then it was like, whoa, wait, and then it's just the octaves would go lower and lower. So I wanted them to
Man,
remember that they had that same community that they were just with 24, 48, 72 hours ago. It's still there. Just because this event has happened and went this way, maybe something in a different direction than they were initially expecting, doesn't mean that community is gone. Doesn't mean what they built up doesn't mean anything anymore. Doesn't mean it's not as strong as it once was. That all of that stuff doesn't mean anything. It's just an event, right? Like just like us, we were born in the darkness. If none of that stuff happened after Miami, Monolith 2, none of those things, we wouldn't be where we are today. So it's just keeping that end goal in mind while you're in the present moment. Like, all right, cool. This maybe didn't go the way that we expected it to go, but it doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. Let's keep going. Let's keep trucking. Let's see what happens. Let's see what direction we can go in after this, because it might be the best thing that ever happened to us as a group. So I'll say pass that message along more than anything else, because you never know where it can go.
Yeah, my only message is stay humble, guys. Like don't ever stoop down to any levels that you've seen other people do on the timeline when other people are going through hard shit. Just because it happened to you and just because you dealt with some shit doesn't mean you ever need to stoop to that level. Stay humble, focus on yourself, and keep your integrity in line, guys. Brian, what's up, bro? And then we're going to data, and then back to Baron.
Hi, Compound. I just wanted to ask a question. That was great listening from Dre, and I've met Dre in person at like the LA Anaheim ToyCon thing, and he's super cool. I had a question to the people up here, so there's one of the Space Drip artifact artists whose name is Vi, and his upcoming project is probably the public mint of it's next week. And I was curious on what other people thought about it.
They released a video today. I didn't get to watch the video. I plan on watching it after this space, like with some sound and proper. I was writing up a thread to kind of highlight a lot of the creators who have made art for me. I wanted to get them on the timeline and showcase some of their work. So the video dropped right when I was doing that. So I haven't got to watch it yet. So if y'all want to ruin it for me, go ahead. But I'm gonna watch it anyways later. I don't plan. If you're asking if I plan to mint, I don't plan to mint anything. Ever since the other side mint, where we paid a ton of gas, things went crazy. I've kind of stayed away from mints. I haven't really minted anything since. I've almost decided to maybe wait for things to hit secondary, give it a few months while the hype cycles shift into new things, and then I could go pick up like the art or the PFPs that I want. That's how I roll. But anybody else is welcome to answer the question if they want.
I thought you got them robots.
What do you mean?
The 2D robots.
No, I didn't get no. That was someone else. I haven't minted anything. I don't think since other side when I paid like an ETH and a half just to mint. So we won't talk about that though. Let's go to data.
Yo, what's popping?
What up, bro?
I just kind of wanted to mention the spaces with the Azuki space. I didn't get to get the gist of everything. I kind of came in towards the end, and people were like really upset. But I just kind of wanted to give you guys props. I know everybody has already done it already, but man, y'all are really some solid folks. I know that a lot of people, they kind of like kick us when we're down, and you guys just continue to just spread positive and kind of like show everybody that like we're in this space together. Like we all thrive when everybody thrives. So it's kind of hard because I've sat in this space and I'm, with after the the last monolith reveal and stuff like that, you know, just to see all of the hate and people make fun of, you know, our collection and stuff like that. It's really hard for me, somebody like me, to take the high road all the time. So when you guys do it for me, it's really good. Like, but I do think, like, just like looking over the collection now and everything, for me it was kind of underwhelming because I liked Azuki's original art, and this is kind of like the same thing. And I know that's what people are complaining about, but I just kind of feel like if Artifact would have done the same thing and did like a clone 2.0, I think Compound, you mentioned it in the chat earlier. Like if they would have done something like that, I think that I think it would be over for us, and I don't think people would support us the same way you guys are supporting them. You know, and I just kind of want everybody to remember that, but continue to do what you're doing. But at the same time, it's like they're gonna always kick us when we're down. Of course, you got a couple good folk out there, but for the most part, it's like we're always showing everybody else love. But you know, if Artifact would have did a Clone 2.0 and it was like looked like exactly like our collection, but with a couple new traits, I mean, you know, I don't think it would have flown over for us. And yeah, but you know, that's not really important. I guess I just kind of want to say y'all are some good people. Just keep the good vibes up. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we're gonna make it. So that's it.
I disagree with that. I think I think different species are like, you know, different traits would be dope on clones. Adds to the idea, the storyline, right? Imagine going to another planet and be like, yo, there's a different type of species, different from the aliens. Got some I don't know, some predator looking creature. We call it predator. Just a new. I don't know.
Bruh.
I
I
think that's
think
dope.
I
I think
think you onto something too as well. Subscribe, but the thing is that made this one hurt so much is that they were expecting something totally different after seeing that animation in Vegas and the high quality that brought and the characters that they displayed. They were expecting something, not just, you know, a predator that might be dope, but and not saying that what they received wasn't dope. That was still dope art, even though it's very similar to the initial drop. It was still dope, right? But
Multiverse.
they was just expecting so much more. And when you know, like we've had those situations where we had those high expectations and were let down by it. But I think this is something that they've never been through. The specific path is somewhere they've never been before with Azuki. So with them having that high set expectation and then receiving this similar drop, it's like, oh man, what the hell? So it's hard to speak rationally to someone who has that expectation that's set so high. But at the same time, like going off of what Dada's saying, like if it's one thing that's been taught or reminded to me, especially this week, this last weekend, is there always going to be somebody out there who's going to say something negative. There's always going to be somebody out there who wants to try to tear you down, regardless of what's going on, regardless of how good you speak, and regardless of how you're trying to live or what you're portraying to the world. There's going to be somebody out there who has a negative connotation or a negative opinion and wants to push that information to other people. But it's your individual choice on what direction you're going to take your attention. You can either you follow yourself susceptible to what they're saying and engage in that, right? Like Azuki, I could have came in there blasting off on Azuki, like, yeah, remember y'all motherfuckers were talking hella shit when we was down to bite the bullet. You know what I'm saying? It could have went totally left, right? But what's the good in that? What's the good in me trying to kick somebody down? What's the good in me trying to speak negative when somebody's having a bad day? Like, how is that going to make me better as an individual, right? Like, it's just individual choices that you put out, but it's always going to be someone who's looking to do that. It's just your choice on whether you're going to be the person who's a part of that negativity or someone who's going to try to uplift others when they're down and they need to hear those uplifting words. It's up to you. So expectations were set high. Came in kind of short. Still was dope, but just not delivering what they expected. And it is what it is. I think they, like I said before, they're gonna still grow and be better and take it to the next level. And who knows, man? I'm still having my one finger crossed. If it's one finger, is it still a cross? I guess it's just one finger up if it's only one finger instead of two. But I'm still expecting them to do something on the end. And if not, at least they got some dope animals and kids and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Look at the brace up.
I do want to say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to answer your question, Dad, or your statement. First of all, I appreciate you, man. I think that I'll just kind of echo what Dre said, man. It ain't gonna make me a better person to feel victory in other projects, like having bad days. There's no reason for it, and I've never been one to go on the timeline to go after other projects. I do defend CloneX when I'm we have some misinformation on the timeline. Y'all have seen me do that, but I don't ever try to instigate or start anything. I personally, I felt for these guys because, like you said, Data, if there was a Clone 2.0 collection with some different clothing and different, a little bit different traits, the same posture, look almost the same, I would be livid, bro. That's me personally. If I would not appreciate it, and I could, and the one thing I do respect about the Azuki holders and even the hosts over there is they were not afraid to speak their mind. Like they were honest. They're like, no, I just don't like it. I'm not a fucking fan of them PFPs looking the exact same, right? So for me personally, I would be upset to answer your question if there were clone 2.0s. I don't, so I understand why they're upset. That I would be super upset with that as well. Mainly just because a lot of people you buy into these collections, you expect there to only be 20,000. You want them to be recognizable. When I jump into space, I want to go, oh damn, Jerry's got an angel clone with some Murakami drip, ooh, that shit is heat, right? But if another collection dropped at under 1 ETH or 0.5 that almost looked identical to Jerry's PFP, what makes Jerry's special just to the look? You know what I mean? Unless you dive in and really go identify that they're different collections, nobody really knows. I like the fact that our 20K collection, almost nearly every clone is almost a 101 in a sense. Different traits, different clothing. And I think that's what's unique. So I understand their frustration, bro. I felt it in their voice. And I would be just as frustrated personally.
For sure, and I think that's justified. And like y'all said earlier, we still don't know what they have planned for it, and if they're updating the metadata later on or whatever they might be doing with it. So it's still kind of early. I think that this space is going to learn really fast. I've started to notice that people get hyped over kind of vague um, trailers or cinematics, and that don't really reveal exactly what's going on. And I kind of correlate that to the gaming industry. Like I grew up playing video games, watching E3, and sometimes you get like a really lit trailer and it has no gameplay. But then you see the gameplay and it's like the game is trash, but the trailer was lit. So I feel like in this case, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of an eye opener for people. Like that cinematic that they had was really amazing, but it was pretty vague. I mean, it had elements in there and stuff like that, but there was no really it was no really instruction to what was going to happen. And I think people in this space are going to need to depend on utility, not just flashy trailers and cinematic and even artwork. It's more to it. And I think when people understand that, then people will be better off, and the speculation won't be so crazy, and it would be kind of like less disappointment, if that makes sense.
Them game traders used to be on point, boy, especially Sega Genesis days. They be woo. The game be big booty though. You start playing it, woo, terrible. No, that's excellent points. You're making excellent points.
Who had their hand up next? Was it Anya?
Baron.
We're gonna go Anya.
Run.
Yeah, we're going to Anya.
Oh shit. Now we fighting. Yo, chill out, guys. No fighting on stage. We can't have that clone infighting like that. It's just bad optics. Let's go to Anya.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the team has always said multiple times that they're not about to do anything the same as anybody else. They're trying to be different. They're trying to always like evolve, and you know, the space has a lot of unwritten rules for what they think like projects should do. And so for me, when I'm thinking like, you know, what's the next step for us as a collection, like in clones in particular, is speaking to that kind of path. I would be open personally to the idea of being able to change our traits as a collection for the clones, like being able to update us, especially because there are a lot of traits that people have expressed in the past and have said like, you know, this doesn't exactly vibe with me, but I'm kind of stuck with it. And I hope that at some point, like the team would be like, well, maybe there's like a chance for us to like make that different. And we're kind of seeing that already when it comes to like the Murakami pill, where it's like, you know, we're gonna be doing this. You know, what if we see that on a different scale? What if we see that like, you know, as time goes on, like every year, there's like something to this effect where it's like, thank you for continually contributing to the community. Here's a, you know, here's a bonito pill. Like we're gonna add like, you know, something to that where you can like, you know, change or update your metadata to, you know, something to that, because it would be really brilliant, very beautiful if we ended up adding more, you know, textures and different elements and different hairstyles and other kinds of like, you know, unique traits to people's clones that either haven't existed before or are in the collection, and people are like, I wish I could have that like on my clone. And I know that there are going to be people that are like, don't you dare change the metadata on my rare thing. And I understand that it's controversial. However, like as a space, I think things need to change. Like I think things need to like update, and I think that they need to also like go with the flow of like as we progress and we're open to like more possibilities, more, you know, quote unquote unwritten rules of like Web3 and what a project is supposed to do. If we can be flexible enough to like let more people in, and instead of becoming like a community that's a circle, that we're more of a horseshoe and we're letting people in that way, would be incredible in my eyes.
I never thought to be a horseshoe. That would be dope, for real. I think it's certain traits that I don't necessarily like myself, like the bubble traits, like the gum or whatever other bubble that is. I don't want to say a spit bubble because it's nasty, but whatever. I don't like the fact that you can't see the clone's face, so it would be dope to be able to change that. Or somebody brought the point of the mask, to be able to remove the mask so you're no longer dealing with the whole
That was me,
pandemic
bro. That
situation.
was me. That was me. Hand up. As soon as you're done talking, just pick on me, bro. I got lots to say. Yes.
That would be dope, though. It would be fire for us to be able to engage and do that. So no, let's go to Bebe Run. I know he had his hand up first, and then we can go to Jerry the Human. All right, we're gonna go straight to Jerry the Human.
Yo,
Oh, yeah, there's
yo, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little slow right now. Before I forget, if possible, since we're on a wish list night, Anya, is I really think it'd be great if clones could influence animus, incubation, whatever that is, just connect the two, get them to impact it. Like you could have an animus, but if you have a clone, that could somehow transfer DNA or traits or whatever it is. But that's how you bring this whole thing together. And to me, that's. I'm sure there's other good ideas out there, but I think that's a really important aspect of animus. What was my second thing? I can't remember. I'm just so chilled out right here. I was just looking at the dot swoosh Airforia stuff. It looks so cool, but that's not what I was going to say. Oh, the switching of the traits. So to me, it doesn't really matter all that much because your NFT is still going to be your NFT. Like the original picture is still going to be that. To me, it's like when I think of switching of traits, and correct me if I'm wrong or if you all think of it differently, but that happens through like an inventory system, and the way you get those extra traits is that you'd have other clones that you have, so that's like in your closet already, and then I guess there could be a marketplace, like a digital marketplace that Artifact could put out where they issue new traits or skins, just like they do in Fortnite. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that. I feel like it's just, I mean, isn't that fashion playing dress up? But my OG is still going to be like Ron with his suit on, right? I mean, that's how I think about it. And even when people say like people with the rare clones, like metadata gets changed, like their clone's still rare. Like it's still like if your clone's dope, it's dope. You know what I mean? I don't know. In the collecting world, my last thought is like, say some super cool trait comes out. It still wasn't an OG trait. It wasn't one of the first. So to me, it's like you can't beat the traits that we already have. So I think it'd be fun to play around with. That's all I got.
So
To
go
that
ahead,
note, I
Anya.
wanted to. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say, I think you should tweet out your wish list. Like, tweet out what you think you want to happen. Like, Ben, those were great points. Like on both of those, I think we should all put it out in the sphere. Like what it is that you want for the future. If you think it's not coming, you should put it out there. If you think it is coming, you should be really specific about what you think it's going to do and what do you think it's going to change for all of us. Like it's important for those kinds of points to be in the sphere. Like put it out there.
Okay, I will. It takes a lot of energy for me to sit down and type, but I'll do it. I'll do that.
Legend. From what I've seen or speculation I've seen, people have been talking about. I think like Kevin might be able to tap in when he was talking with Samuel, but like the actual metadata changing of the clothes, Baron. So say you finally like you actually get an NFT of our Miami trip, our Miami shirt, right? And you want to throw that on a clone and have it actually portray as the metadata. Your DNA on the clone may never change, but like the metadata or the NFT itself change. I think of one of the values though, you gotta remember a value that I look at when I look at these NFTs are the token itself, right? The token itself is access to drops, access to events, access to future activations and wearables. So just because the clothes and the picture is changing doesn't mean the token itself is changing in any way, right? It's still that same access token. But yeah, write that down. I want to read it.
So do you see it as the metadata would update? Like you could like stamp it in stone, say, all right, here's the clothes. This is what I want it to look like. Like I'm gonna pay for this upgrade to look like
Yeah,
this.
I see that, and I would be fine with that. In the same way that Valhalla does like rerolls, it changes their weapons, it changes like a few of, I think, their clothing items.
And so
They
people
call
would
it like,
pay. They would pay, or they would through
yeah,
achievements, through quests, through IRL, crypto quick, whatever, through some sort of gaming partnership, and via a game you could go through and get claims, get these assets, and then once you feel like you've collected the fire, like you're ready to stamp it, you do it. Like as long as like
well,
that
I don't.
that's what. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah, I mean, we don't. I don't even see. Sure, there's the aspect of pay, but you got to remember, like, I've got like we've got the Japan shirt, we've got the Miami shirt, you got the New York Gagosian shirt. You've got a whole bunch of season one digital wearables that would look dope on your clone. Like, there's been so many things, and like any kind of event or activation that Artifact does could potentially have a digital aspect wearable to it. that is given to the people there that could be equipped on their clone, or you can like community created collabs, right? If there was a system
Yeah.
to put them on, it just depends, dude. Sure there's probably going to be paid options, but you got to remember that. I think I remember reading something where Samuel was talking about their big focus is to make it like a gasless thing too. Like metadata updates will be gasless, is what I thought I read. So
Yeah, he said that.
equipping and unequipping
Yeah, he said that.
and making it gasless for that tech to come is like what they're really shooting for. So
Think about this though. All the things that we collect, right? We make this gamified. Say you go, all right, just for one point, right? The helmet that I got from Nike. I want to be able to use that helmet somehow, some way. Like I'm sitting on the helmet, I got it for a reason. I want to be able to utilize it with my clone, make it gamified. Go to the inventory app, switch it on today because it's a Monday and I feel like wearing my helmet on a Monday type stuff, right? Or we can, whatever, go to the new planet that we're going to, right? Or the CRLs that we walking with. Like I walk 5 miles today, it unlocks this new achievement that gives me the utility to own this component that I can utilize with my clone as well, right? I want to be able to integrate that to the inventory app and utilize it with my clone. Like that, all of that type of stuff will make it super dope. It brings and breathes life into the project. It's just not some stagnant PFP. I'm actually working towards having real life achievements that I can utilize in real life and utilize with my clone and in this sector of things as well. Like that would make things so much more exciting. So
Dre, do you wear the same clothes every day?
I try not to. I try not to wear the same shoes every week.
Do you wear your hair the same every day?
No.
Okay. So I think it's probably proper that we're able to change clothes and update how our hair looks and get fresh. You know what I mean?
All of the above for sure. Like, but think
All right.
about that gamification added to the whole experience. That just breathes life into this whole component period. Like us
Yeah, it
being
makes it
able,
more dynamic, right?
yeah, I'm about to go outside and walk 10 miles because I know if I do, I'll unlock this achievement that I can utilize somehow, some way, either with the clone or, whatever, new haptic feedback on my shoes, whatever. So, you know what I'm saying? Like just dope stuff like that. That's the innovation that I'm looking for.
So when I'm thinking about the metadata update, it's really not that. Don't even think of it as that big of a deal. You could update it as many times as you want, right, Comp? It's just like that means I changed my clothes.
the only FUD that I've seen against the clothing and stuff kind of updates for the people who may have paid a lot of money to get like the jellyfish puffer or like the Murakami chain and just all these different wearables that hold premiums, the hoodie. But I don't think that it's going to affect the rarity of those things because like why is my like Gagosian tea going to be more rare than that jellyfish puffer? It's not going to affect any rarities or anything. All it is aesthetic thing. That jellyfish puffer is still going to be holding its value, bro, because I want one of those things.
Yeah.
All the rare
They're not
clothing
going to
aren't
they're not
change
going to
or
yeah,
add
they're going to put out more of those.
exactly. They're not adding the rare clothing items, more of them into the collection. It's just like giving you a way to use the things that you've collected from events and bought through season one and that kind of shit, man. That's the way I see it.
Introduce. Forget about the t-shirts we got thus far. Like it's a way to introduce creators into this economy which is what they're begging for. And it's a way to introduce collabs and then see how if some shit gets popular, it's like, oh, we're going to do a run of those jackets because everybody wants that jacket. Makes too much sense not to do.
It's the same stem from the same place of what Dot Swoosh is doing with having these creators come in and put their creations on their platform. And that way it puts them all in the same community and they know where to go to receive the information or inspiration and information, right? Let's say certain creators come up with a specific design that everybody loves. They can be like, yo, let's dive into this and make this a real release because we see that the community is responding to it well. Let's bring it out and give them exactly what they want. So instead of Artifact just throwing up anything and seeing if it sticks, you can go directly to the source, follow the data, and see what the people want. It's the same. I've talked about this for months, right? Like same situation with artists when they put their information up on SoundCloud, Spotify, any of these other DSPs, right? They can find the data and see who's streaming at what part of the world, what part of the nation, and the artist can use that data to then create a trajectory for their own concert or tour because they know where people are listening to it. If tons of people in Idaho want to see me and they streaming me every single day in Idaho, guess where I'm gonna stop on my tour? I know people paying attention to me there. The data is showing that I'm popular there and I'm familiar there. We going to Idaho, bro. Pack this shit up, right? Same situation. People love, like Baron said, we love this jacket. Tons of people have downloaded this jacket or they've done the achievement in order to receive this jacket. Yo, let's create this jacket IRL because they'll buy it too, or they'll be able to forge it as well because we see that they like it. Let's make it a forgeable item. And then we got this jacket. So it's impeccable to have this type of data instilled into their project now, especially coming from a Web3 perspective, because this is the future. And similarity, this is what I was speaking to Jeff Staple about last night, being able to increase the knowledge that comes from these experiences in the sector and utilize that wisdom to create a new world stemming from and going into a new direction, and not necessarily doing the same thing that has been done before, or doing the stale paths, walking the stale paths that have been walked before. So let me go to Jerry, man, because I feel bad we've been talking some time. Go ahead, Jerry.
Hey, it's all good. Oh man. Okay, so a couple things. So with Animus, yeah, like I think it's gonna be awesome. I definitely think one thing I would request, I did type this out, but just to kind of piggyback off of, I don't remember if I think Anya were you talking about traits? Baron was talking about Animus. Okay, I'm catching up. If we don't have a limit to how many eggs we can hatch based off of the speed of our pod, meaning like there's not going to be like a hatch limitation or a time period where the hatch ends, where you can no longer hatch your egg. I think that would be really important. So it doesn't force you to get like a Lux pod. Can you guys hear me? I feel like I'm rugging.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Crystal clear.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Sounds clear.
Yeah, I think that would be really important, to feel like you don't have to keep buying pods to support your egg collection. I don't know how realistic that is, but I just, that would be some desires. Yeah, it might take a really long time to hatch your 20 eggs, but like you can do it in your exopod, right? Like you don't have to get a Lux pod. You're not forced to get a Lux pod to hatch your eggs. So that's my comment on Animus. I think the creatures are going to be super cool, right? And it would be awesome if you don't wait and you hatch a baby and then you have to like earn your way or whatever to grow him or mature him, and then obviously protect the egg is a big nomenclature which we don't really have any information on. So they could leak more information on that, or the longer we protect our egg, the more mature it gets and the higher level it hatches or whatnot. So anyway, something to that effect. We've all talked about rarities and DNA matching and everything. I think that's all well known, but since they're listening, just thought I'd throw that out there. And then to talk about traits, yeah, I brought that up. I think it wasn't me. I wasn't the first one to bring it up, but I brought it up most recently to Samuel because I knew that he had been working on it, and he's really the driver behind Inventory app and the timeline and the technology and all the intricacies that he's building into that system to make it as seamless as possible, so that when it goes live, they want a fully developed, fully fledged experience. Like I think Artifact has done a pretty good job with that. When they actually turn something live, like they kind of drop it. Now, I'm not talking about the IRL stuff per se, but yeah, I don't really have any other examples, but yeah, like I think that he doesn't want it to be half baked. He doesn't want you to be able to do one dimensional things. Like he really wants it to be gasless, so it doesn't cost us anything to be able to update stuff. And then also it's important that the technology pushes out those updates to all the places where our clones live. So Hyperfi, on Cyber, he wants it to sync all the way across, which is a technical hurdle that is really important, so that you're not updating your clone and then going into on cyber and your clone looks like it did before you updated it, etc. Right? Does that? I hope that's making sense. So I think those are the two like biggest hurdles that they're going through right now, which I'm excited about. Right? I think it's really cool. We've been obviously anticipating it, but my specific question was around traits being removable. And I wasn't talking about clothes because that was kind of assumed with, like having season 1 digital and the jerseys and all the stuff we've been talking about. But it was more like the glasses. Can we take the glasses off? Can we take the hats off? Can we take, I don't know if we can remove tattoos, but I mean, technically it's a trait that's maybe that can be updated. I don't know. But, the masks and there's like the eye patches maybe or something like that, right? If you want to you might have a Murakami eye that's covered with a patch or something, you want to uncover that, right? To show the full effect. So yeah, I think that's basically the context and where we got. There may be some other stuff, but yeah, that I think it's gonna come. I think it's gonna happen. It only makes sense. He did say that he wasn't certain the hair would be updated, which I definitely kind of pushed back on, to say yes, please let us update the hair. Now I'll say this with an asterisk. I don't think, and I think we're all on the same page here, that any of the traits that are in the collection should be able to be created or added to, right? So if you want to take your glasses off and put them in the marketplace and somebody else wants to buy them, why not, right? But like I'm not going to take off my cowboy hair and sell it. Like I don't think the Yugi hair should really be swappable. I think there are some things that are like, that should be static, like the DNAs. They've made that very clear as well. Like you're not going to evolve from an angel and fall and become a demon or something like that, right? So that's something that's going to be static. So there are static things. All the Murakami stuff is static and unchangeable. So my hair wouldn't really count, but you get my point. Like I do think there are things and there are traits that we shouldn't be, like nothing should be created more of. It should be all a generation 2 trait, right? And you're seeing this in, sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. I got to go soon, but thanks for giving me the time. You're seeing this trait packs in Psychedelics Anonymous, and it's actually going really well. I'm following it along pretty loosely. I don't have one, and I'm not actively on their marketplace shopping for traits, but they're actually swapping traits. They're recreating backgrounds. Like they're doing some pretty cool stuff. They're adding different masks and different clothes, and like they have a trait marketplace basically, and it is updating the metadata. So it's actually pretty fascinating, and it does bring that degree of customization to our digital identities, right? Which these are probably the most full-fledged digital identity collection in the NFT marketplace, being the full 3D capacity that they have. So yeah, so I think it's exciting.
I just wanted to jump in really quickly. I know Jerry had a lot of points and everything, and there's raised hands. But I did want to clarify for anybody who's confused, if for any reason about the eggs, if you don't have a pod, you will still be able to reveal your egg without a pod. It's been clarified that that's definitely going to be the case. You don't need to own a pod. There's something's going to happen with pods at some point regarding, with Animus and everything. And we don't know yet what that's going to be, but I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't any confusion with that. And Jerry, I support your idea of what you were saying with like trait packs. That would be really cool. I would love to turn like my own clone into something like give it a theme of some sort. Like if it was like a lot of extra purple traits or something to like my already purple theme I've got going on, I would love that. I think that's a great way to kind of implement traits that isn't maybe completely diverting from what's like already existing in the ecosystem, where we're just like going full bananas on you can remove and add and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, sorry, go to the hand.
Just tell the team or let the team know, Anya, that they can just listen to this entire space from the beginning till now if they're looking for the information, instead of typing it up and putting it on the timeline. Like just run it back, run this hour back, baby. We got tons of ideas.
It's too late, Dre. My paper is so long. These handwritten notes I'm crying now. I'm just kidding.
Hey, if it's all right if I go next, Sorry, I've been quiet. I've been making I'm gonna say E. I don't know how you say E exclamation mark 1E. Like how
L.
do you L? Okay.
Make an E.
Uh, I'm just yeah, I'm making this anime list. Um I'm making this anime list for her, so I take that shit very seriously. And I just about wrapped up. Compound, I hope you eventually get some time to check your list out. But yeah, I'm about to post hers. But I've been listening, and I'm just, you know what? I'm gonna jot all of my thoughts together in a thread, and definitely post it tomorrow. But for me, man, I like how everybody's coming at this at different angles. I mean, we've heard what you can do with the shoes, and there's a lot of different other people forget there's so much in Artifact. um there's so many different aspects to this thing, man. And to like actually be sitting here like remembering, like, yeah, there's that, there's this, there's that. That is why they've been quiet. That's why they've been building, because there's so much that they can do. And as we seen today, and again, this is no shots, and I agree that we all need to be in it together. But the reason why we want them to take their time and to innovate as much as possible during this bear market time is because you only really get one shot, right? If they launch something and it doesn't work or it doesn't connect with the community, like, that's not going to be good. So I do agree with putting our heads together, and all of us have really great ideas, and I'm pretty sure they have meetings and talks of, and there's probably limitations, because we can sit here under the sun and create the absolute best artifact, on chain version, but how much would that cost, and how long would it take to build that? Will we all wait 5 years for it to be ready? Like, so it has to come out in pieces. And I definitely understand that. My main focus is all around reveal. I already know the animus. And I forgot until that town hall that uh, it's not actually going to be called Project Animus, because every time they call it Project something, it changes to a totally different name. So I hope the name is definitely fire. But if it is Animus, I mean, that's cool too. But I know that they've been working on these animes for a minute. We've seen they were moving the arms around, and they were showing that it's life to these things, and that they're not more or less just static. You know what I mean? So how many they are, if they go by DNA elements, if they go off of planets, I don't know what base they're going to be going off of, but the egg is the key. So revolve everything around that egg, right? I would like to, if they reveal, whenever, August, December, I would just like to reveal an egg and go through that whole reveal process. If it is like what I've been speculating, like, you can somehow, some way reach different tiers of eggs. And I don't like guarantees, because guarantees is just going to create a situation where if I say I guarantee you will get a wolf if you buy a demon, people will buy a demon, they'll use it to get a wolf, and then they'll just sell the demon, right? That's not good for. I don't feel like that's going to be a healthy just a healthy situation. Now, if there is like, hey, demons and reptiles have access to, these DNAs, right? And then Mirakami and Angel have access to these DNAs. And well, if you don't want to use a pod, if you don't have a Clone X, that's totally fine, because you have access to still the majority of the DNAs. But if you as a egg holder, if you have a clone, or if you don't have a clone, if you have a pod or you don't have a pod, if there was a way to see, like, hey, reports are showing that more people are pulling these, or we'll end up figuring it out, right? And so I honestly think there should be a rarity within each category if it ends up being that way. So there should be a super rare wolf for dragon, just mix and match it up, make it fun, man. Because I want to buy an egg in December, and then let's say they take off, whatever, let the eggs do what they're gonna do. I mean, we had 8 months to stack up. I mean, nobody can really be upset. But let's say the next year in like May, I mean, I'm just keeping it honest, bro. Ain't nobody should be upset about eggs if they take off because you had 8 months to buy them under 1K. But if like next year in May, let's say, I'm like, you know what, I'm feeling lucky, or, I got a week off. I want to buy another egg and go on that journey again, right? And just see what I get and see if it hatches and, whatever whatever kind of journey they're gonna put us on. If it's like Pokemon, where it starts off as a starter, and then you maybe do IRL events, or you collect certain things, or hell, like they can go all kinds of crazy with this. And then you either feed it to your animus and it grows it. Like you can create a bond with the animus and the clone. So I can think of a million different things. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to funnel all of this into maybe a few threads and make them different, like options. Like, okay, if we do it this route, we can do this, 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 and this. And if you don't like that thread, then the next week I'll be like, well, and what if we did something like this? And I'll just keep shooting my fucking ideas out there into the ether. And I recommend everybody do that, because I'm just sitting here listening. I'm like, man, that's good. Like, and when Dre was talking, I was like, bro, I mean, I want to like stay in shape, health is wealth. I want to get to that point. And if hell, my NFTs are helping me do that, bro, like, come on, man. I can't ask for nothing more than that. Like, I need to be, there'd be some days I work from home. There's some days where I'm like, I don't think I've left this house in 3 days. Right. So yeah, man. I'll shut up now and let somebody else go.
Sorry, my kids fell off the bed. No, but you're right. I think I've been talking about this stuff correlating to the CIRLs since we found out that we were getting CIRLs. And all of these components that come along with being able to understand and receive the data from walking around or engaging in physical activities, and then applying that to the clone perspective is some of the I think some of the best ideas that we can have for real. Like it just depends on what options are available. But I think, like you said, it's an easy reminder that there's so many things that they do and that we have available to us as clones in the ecosystem of Artifact. And it is easy to forget, like, damn, this is still here, or this is something else, or this is something else. Like all of these situations should be applied to the growth. And I think it should be a fusion of the physical side with using the sneakers, the kicks, the CIRLs, and the digital side with integrating abilities or traits or objects and items to our clone or to our animus. And it just makes that much more sense to me. But it has to be something. This is something that I really think has to happen, is the integration with the CIRLs because of the data that they can get from it, and for just due to the technology that's in that sneaker. And of course, I'm gonna go on to that tangent and be going on that forever. So I'm gonna back away now. But I do have to say this point too, like the whole animus thing. I was thinking that too on the town hall because they were deciding if they want to call it animus or animi, or what the way they wanted to pronounce it, the way that Frankie was pronouncing animus. Like, and I'm thinking in my head, like, that won't even be the name anyway, so it don't really matter how they want to do it. But tis what it is. Tis what it is. We're gonna go to Hemi, or does Hemi just have his hand up? Just have his hand up like Hemi usually does.
I was posting earlier and it got silent, and I was trying to rush through my post. I wasn't rugged. No. Hemi's got his hand up like he got his hand up.
Per usual. Hemi like walk away from his phone with his hand
I
up.
was just gonna say, while Hemi is meditating, I just wanted to add, I cannot.
Somebody's rocking, bro. So I'm gonna step down and come back up.
Aw, shoot. Hemi, can you hear me? Okay. Well, while Hemi leaves and comes back, yeah, I cannot wait to find out what Animus is actually called. That's gonna be really fun. We're gonna look back on this just like we did when clones became clones, and they, became that instead of Akira. It'll be really cool to see. So. But it will always be Eggy Weggy forever. Ooh, Eggy Weggy.
Bruh. Yo, I just saw on the timeline a bunch of people are getting their Ramoas. You know who's not getting a Ramoa tomorrow? This MFer. That's who's not getting a Ramoa. So I will be writing up a thread tonight to FUD your guys' perfect day, because that's what we do out here in Web3. If you're having a good day, we don't FUD you. Anybody getting a Ramoa, look for my thread. No, I'm playing.
I'm seriously going to look at some wheels tomorrow. As soon as I get the bag, bro, I'm going straight to the remote store in Beverly Hills and give me some motherfucking wheels.
There ain't no way there's a store for custom remote wheels.
I just
want you to
remote
remember
store, bro.
who told you about those wheels. I just want you to remember.
Yeah,
I'll never.
You know what? One thing I knew was I would never be able to forget who told me about those wheels. I would never, ever, even if I did, I know it would come back that I would never be able to forget who told me about the wheels. I do have to execute though. I gotta, the wheels are like $200 by themselves, and you can get any color that you want to get. And I'm thinking like, yo, should I get a color to match? Should I get the yellow to match the type of Rimowa that I picked up because it had like that gold yellowish tint to it? Or should I get the red because the red's gonna pop when I put it next to the silver and the
You
green?
want to make it pop.
You want to make it pop. Yeah, I mean, I gotta do that. So we'll see when I get to the store. But it's an actual Rimowa store, like the Rimowa store we went to in Miami comp. Same situation. They got one over here in Beverly Hills. So
they're gonna wheel yours in there.
I'm gonna take that bitch right out the box.
Yeah, dude, got to.
You know,
they're gonna.
Like, look what I found.
They have like a little lift, like a little car lift, and it jacks up the Rimowa up on a lift, and they start changing the wheels like mechanic. They got wheel mechanics there, swapping out wheels, customs. Trey's sitting on the couch. Yeah, Trey's sitting on the couch.
They want to
sipping on
return
a
them. They want to
sparkling
return
water.
them. You lost the receipt.
Just look for a crossbody bag for me, bro. Tell them try to finesse one for me.
Oh yeah, I even got that. People are gonna get those. That's going to be crazy. Now that's something I'm looking forward to see. Somebody who gets the green one actually showcasing their crossbody bag. That's gonna be dope.
There's so many wells that are getting some crazy shit that we just may never see, bro. They're just like incognito wells. Man. Same with the DNA shoes. I mean, we'll see the DNA shoes, but we'll never see a pair of aliens.
I'm still gunning for a pair of DNAs, man. I didn't give up hope, man. I'm never letting go, Jack. I'm never letting go.
You're still fucking on them.
Never letting go, Jack. Never let go.
God, I can't wait for this bag. It worked out perfect. I'm coming home tomorrow. It's supposed to come at noon. Fucking bag up. I'm gonna pack my bag and just like put it in my trunk and just drive around. I don't think we ever remove a store. What wheels? I got to look at the wheel colors.
They got all types of colors like yellow, aqua blue, royal or dark blue, red, orange, black. I think they come with black too, though. Silver. They got all types of colors. Green.
I was thinking some green wheels for the reptile. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got to see
lime
in person.
green.
No, they don't think they had it. That would be dope, but I don't think they had it. I got to see what the blade looks like because it got that lenticular effect, right? Where the way you look at it, it changes from green to blue, if I'm not mistaken. And I need to see what that looks like in person in order to choose the wheels to match.
Mm-hmm. Can't wait. These bags will probably get seeded too to some peeps. So that'll be good.
Yeah, that would be dope.
Millie.
Wait,
What? Comp?
How many clones you got, Millie?
I got the one that you see, the beautiful one that I speak through every single day is the one that I got.
Ah, that's fire. Compound, bro. What are you thinking about that, but?
When's the deadline for the next Ramoa clan? I don't know what have me said. What did you have me say?
I think it's the 30th.
2 days left. Yep.
Can Tabby give me an update on the floor price? Like, have we gone down? People forgot about it. What's the issue,
It
Tabby?
went down.
So it's starting to go up actually.
Oh, did it?
Damn. I was starting to. Actually, I was looking a little bit
Wait,
earlier.
is Timmy talking? Damn it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, boot Baron, Tabby, your co-host.
Baron couldn't hear you. Yeah.
I'm just playing.
And welcome.
Come back up, Baron.
Use my co-host powers. No, yeah, prices are actually starting to move. A few of them sold earlier today above 1 ETH. Let me go back to it quick here. But yeah,
I thought it was like 1.2, right?
Yeah, 1.2, 105, 125, 101. So yeah, they're starting to sell.
So at this point, it's either a clone or a suitcase bag. Clone with a little ETH on top, like.
Or a
you gotta
bag.
go with a clone at this. I mean, if you don't have a clone, you gotta get that clone. But if you already have a clone,
the bag has fucking excellent utility. You got to pay to use it. You know what I mean?
I mean, honestly, like clones are so cheap right now. Like I would recommend for anybody who doesn't have that second clone yet or that first clone, this is really your time. Because if you wait for the news flow to hit with CIRLs, Animus, whatever comes next, and that's when you're scrambling to try to get your clones, it's not going to be a good day for you.
I'm on strike,
dude. Tabby bought the dip.
But
bro.
I need some information, dude.
That's exactly what everybody else buys, bro. Everybody's buying.
Thanks, Comp. Thanks, Comp.
Everybody's sitting like.
You're such a good host. You drop fucking pearls of wisdom all the time. Can't a guy just ask for a little alpha? Not from Anya. Not here. Not now. This is not the place.
I'm scared to buy a clone, Baron.
Yeah. My guy.
No, not for the
out
same
there
reason
at 2
you,
ETH.
bro. Because in case these eggs hatch and there's clones in them, I don't know, man.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Too early?
Shots fired,
dude.
Shots fired.
What if
too early?
Yo,
hey,
too early,
okay,
bro.
Listen. I've been quiet all night, but listen. I know people are upset, and I understand why people are upset about these new Azukis. I, for one, and I got one. I bought one today. I, for one, actually like the fact that it expands on the collection. So if you're looking for like a kind of like that classic look of the Azukis, there's that. And if you wanted something that's a little fancier, there's like the different animals and and the little ones and they have new traits like beards and stuff like so. I get why, and I think you guys have hit on all the different angles. I was listening to the Yasuki space earlier. I heard all of it, and it's that that classic case of misalignment of what you're expecting. And I'm not gonna lie, I watched that trailer, that got me hyped, and I was like going for the reason why I wanted to mint, and I'm not gonna lie, I was a little salty earlier today when I couldn't mint. And I realized that it all went to the whales. Like most of it went to the whales. Like people were minting like 300 plus, and then other people couldn't get one. But anyways, that's besides the point. I saw that tiger, like that lightning tiger in the back. I was like, that would be dope to pull. If they have like tigers and dragons and and things like that in there, that would be super cool. But if nothing else, yeah, like I was expecting a little bit more. Actually, I was expecting the characters to look more like the ones in the trailer. I didn't expect like full on Azuki 2.0, but I love the art of Azuki. Like the one that I picked up today from the original collection, like that design is what I was going for, except You can't get one for less than 10 ETH if you're lucky, right? So, so I mean, the thing is, if you're already in 100%, like I want like a Mizuki, and maybe not, but like, but again,
Heavy.
I yeah,
I have to actually, all jokes aside, I just looked up your wallet to see what yours looks like,
yep,
and yours is honestly sick because it reminds me of, Avatar: The Last Airbender.
yep,
Yes.
That shit has the mark on his head, and it looks like Aang. And this
yep,
collection is about elements, so your thing literally looks like
exactly,
Avatar.
and
Yo,
that's what I mean,
Tevy's
right?
on to something, bro. I swear,
He
he just
has
got Aang, bro.
he has really
Whoa.
good taste. I love how Tevi just completely like. I mean, you took the argument of somebody who owned none of the shit before the reveal. Yeah, it's great for you.
Yeah,
You know, it just
like
Well,
as I would be bummed out, guys, if I got a baby Jerry the human. Okay,
well,
or like a
yeah.
teenager Jerry
Hey,
the human.
yo,
Fuck
imagine a
that.
and
baby
like I
Drake.
said, like
Yo, that would
Guy,
be
I
hey,
crazy.
gotta
fully
send him to
Stepping into a
understand.
fucking.
tall little
I
kid.
gotta send him off to the wilderness to make him straight, like to get
I
him,
get
like
the
back in the
yeah.
line.
I
I want a
fully
pet
understand.
frog
Like
to match
if you were
Pompesia.
like on the if you're an OG, I understand why you're upset. But
Can you imagine pulling a
this is gonna be a
baby
bad
pump?
take. Wait,
Yeah, bro, a
wait,
baby frog
hold on. Let me
Pompesia.
make my
Oh
point. Hold
my
up, hold up, hold
God,
up,
it'd be
hold
the
up, hold
worst
up,
day of your
hold
life,
up,
Tevy.
hold up,
I can't.
guys.
Just mute him, Tevy. Try it. Try
I'm gonna mute everybody.
it. Just kidding. Tevy's gonna
Listen,
abuse his power on his first night.
Let's hear
I've
this.
never
Let's
muted.
hear this.
All right,
Oh
there we
shit!
go. Finally, get to mute people. This is fantastic, man. I
Oh
understand
my
why Calm does
god,
this and Dre do this. All right,
dude,
Can
I've
I make
never
a good
done this.
take? Can I make a good take and bad take right
let
now?
me make my bad take in bad take, and then you guys can go right.
All right, go, go, go.
So this is gonna be like fully unpopular, and I fully recognize that. But perspective, okay? Azukis all got a free one, right? So they all started off with a free airdrop, just like we get our free eggs. In the minting round, like for those who could get in, they were able to grab a few more. So and really what's been happening is the ones that they didn't like, that are like they're too similar to the original collections, they're able to dump them on the floor. People like me and other people are coming in and giving them free money, right? Unless you're buying under 2 ETH, you're essentially giving them free money. So I know that it's not necessarily the full concept, but like a big like as I was listening to everybody today, a big part of what's going on is like there's confusion. Obviously, it's like why are they so similar? Which I fully understand that because yeah, I can get that point. But it was a lot around the floor price tanked by half of where it was when this whole thing started, and people were upset about that, rightfully so. But it wasn't so much about the art is not beautiful, like there's not cool traits being introduced, and yes, there's only 25% of the stuff revealed at this point. It was very centered around the money and the fact that they looked similar. And the reason why they were upset about that is because now it no longer potentially makes their Azukis look as cool and valuable, right? Like that tier difference is no longer there. But at the same time, if you're in the project for the long run and you say you believe the team and you trust the team and all these different things, and it's not about the money, then why are you so upset? But some people were very, very honest about it. Like, you know what? It is about the money. Like we lost a ton of value and we don't like that. And I respect that to the max. Um, and I get where they're coming from. But if you're trying to be inclusive and you're trying to bring more people in, like people like me and other people who I'm sure have bought, who were looking at the art and wanting that look, you kind of delivered on that. You know what I mean? So I think there's always multiple sides to the story, and it's not all one-sided. And you can't forget that every single Azuki got delivered a free Azuki, and they
So
got the so I Anyways, that's my take on it. Like I said, it's
So
a bad take. It's a bad take.
I
the
still think
difference,
Beans is the buy.
the difference in perspective is what you guys just saw, right? The holders of the Azuki, the expensive collection, and the ones who've been around long are really upset because these PFPs look exactly like theirs, and now it's going to be hard to distinguish like their PFPs from the ones that were either given for free or bought for 2E. Um, I would be upset with the clones, but now Tevi, on the other hand, is entering the ecosystem as the elemental, and he's excited because you can't distinguish them from the Azukis, right? Like his look has the same art; it's the look he wanted, and he could potentially get the same clout as the Azuki PFP does because they look the same or they look similar. It's two different perspectives. It's interesting to hear it from the other side because I spent the whole day listening from the other side, honestly, Toby. So thank you.
You can connect it to sneakers in a way. You know, they have like the 2013 Jordan 1 bread. Then in 2016, they drop them, make them look slightly different, and then 10x the supply, and everyone gets them because they couldn't get them the first time, and they're still hot, but not, you know. But then the OG one isn't as hot as it once was, but it's still the OG one, which is kind of what we see happening here, I guess. But what I was gonna say is, Tevi, I know you got a little pissed about the bean situation, which I feel you, which
Yeah.
was annoying. But I think at current prices, like out of everything in the Azuki ecosystem, I feel like Azuki knows they messed up because almost zero beans holders minted, and like they didn't really get anything this past week. I think they'll make up for it, and it's half the price it was 3 days ago. I honestly think it's a cop, like investment wise, because I wouldn't get one to really like care to go along with it, but for flip, my opinion, I think it'll like go back to over an ETH because it's been almost over a year, and beans have never been below a ETH other than that one time the Zagabond flood happened for a day. NFA.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with beans, and again, I'm being completely transparent here. Like I held a bean, and I think I've said this before, right? So it doesn't really matter. But I held a bean before, way back, and I always felt like unless you own like an Azuki during that time, it was like unless you actually own an Azuki, there was just no. Uh, I don't even know what the word is, but like it just like you didn't almost didn't it didn't matter. Like they didn't care. They were super focused on the Azuki collection. A bean now, and the beans to me were honestly never really appealing. Now, if I was starting a business, right, and I wanted a mascot, and that's what I was going down the path of. Yeah, I think the beans make plenty of sense. They're
Yeah,
very
it's like a pudgy
marketable.
penguin. Yeah, like a
Yeah,
little like
yeah, yeah.
toy
You
kids,
can.
whatever.
They're very marketable, but like for what I you know for collecting or using as a PFP or even like thinking about, again, I kind of take things back to YouTube, right? Like if I ever wanted to use the avatar as me on YouTube, I'm not going to prance around as a bean. Like that's not going to happen. Like I can't, like I just can't do it. But like I said, I've always liked the Azuki art, but they were frankly too far out of reach. So now I have an entry point, and I know a lot of people are probably thinking the same way. They have an entry point, and who's to say that a week from now, a month from now, 3 months from now, the the founders at Azuki and the team don't come out and be like, hey, guess what? There's a full-on Netflix show with all these characters, and here's why we expanded the universe. I mean, they're talking about 4 different sections of the garden, right? And so there's things that they're hinting there, and it's very reminiscent of like they have a vision for it. They can't tell you everything just yet, but you just gotta, and what does Azuki always say? Trust the process, right? So I don't know, but also, yeah, I mean, if they gave us like Clones 2.0, I would like, to me, it would be like, are they from a different planet, right? Because we're floating through the universe, and are they from a different planet, or like what's different about them that they might be similar, like they're all clones, but do they do something different? And if there's a different utility and you're rolling that out, then it kind of makes sense. But you got to tell that story, which they haven't done yet. So again, as a OG holder, 100% understand where they're coming from. I'm just saying, from somebody on the outside coming in, this was, you couldn't be any happier, honestly. Like, if you were looking for an entry point into that ecosystem, this was well executed. And from where I stand, I'm like, yeah, this was a win.
I'm not prancing around as no bean. Somebody quote that. But no, what you said about the sneakers was on point, Pump, because that's a fact. Like, they will come out with those updated colorways, or the same OG colorway, just updated materials, and it will in turn drop the price of the original drop when they first come out. But usually the predecessor holds higher value than the present drop.
Can I counter that a little, Dre?
Let me hear.
Yes and no, bro. Because same way people think like Tevi do, they're like, I missed the first one. Why would I get the first one if this one's almost exactly the same and I can get it for 1/4 of the price when I always want, Like, for example, like the 2013 bread ones, surprisingly, are cheaper than the 2016, with the upgraded leather.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. It's in certain cases, because
it breaks the first one low key though. Like the Yeezys when they did the pirate, stuff like that. I feel like.
Oh yeah, for sure, and that's the point I was going to make. Right, with sneakers is different because they can update the materials. One might have better leather, better quality, quote unquote, because it's all kind of ass when you really think about it. But it might be so-called better. So yeah, but the point I was going to make, that it does brick the entire situation. And I think that's why the OGs are so upset about this new Azuki. Are we calling Azuki 2.0? Or is that like a thing?
Elementals, come on.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, my bad.
Listen. I mean, the one thing I will say though, like, it really depends. And right now, near term, yes, 100% it breaks it. But again, if you're a true collector and you're thinking about this again as a long-term play, you cannot take away from the original Azuki collections those original traits that were rolled out, the provenance of those. I feel like over time, like, if you're wanting that original piece, in the same way, like taking it back to sneakers, which I'm not big on, right? But there's certain shoes I'm sure who were re-released over time. But if you are able to get that original one, that's a grail, right? Like, the value of that particular pair, like what was going on at the time, is probably higher. And I think for certain pieces, art, it's the same thing. You have, like, the original piece always holds more value. Well, not always, and depending on who it is, who made it, it holds more value. So yeah, short term, 100%, it's gonna devalue it and all these things. But over time, it should everything. Like, if elementals are successful and they build some lore around it, you can easily bring it back and say, well, elementals evolved from the original collection, blah blah blah. You can there's ways you can make this work. And again, if they're expanding the universe of Izuki, and that's what the premise is for this, then I don't think it kills it. But if I had taken that, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I get that you're on cloud nine because you scored, but I just want to say, in my opinion, and this is for anybody from Artifact listening, it is super important for the art to be very distinguishable from the original collection, in my opinion. I don't care what world they're from. I don't care what, like, planet the lore might be. I'm buying this clone art because of the art. If they drop a second collection that looks exactly like the first collection, I'm gonna be upset, bro. Like, and I'm not gonna take that away from them. I am stoked for you though that you found one that you like. My take is though that, like, I think any other collections that are dropped from a project need to be very distinguishable and very different art wise.
Facts.
Just so that they can be easily be told the difference. Because anybody in that project could probably tell the difference, but me looking in, or outsiders looking in, they're not distinguishable. And I think that's what kind of sets it apart. Like, that's why I buy clones. And that's why I got my PFPs, right? Because they stand out. They stand out in the space. They stand out in all spaces. And if another 20, 30,000 clone lookalikes were dropped into the artifact ecosystem and the OG clones no longer were unique and we were now just diluted by all these other pieces of art that look like ours, I'd be a little upset, bro. Like,
I'm pissed.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
would
like
be,
I said,
dude.
I'm not taking away from that argument. So I want to make that very clear that I am
No, I
not
know, I
taking
know.
away from it, right? Like, so I don't want anybody to misconstrue my words and say, oh, what? No, no, I get it. I get why people are upset.
And they paid 2 ETH for them bitches too. It wasn't like it
Yeah,
was airdrop to them. It wasn't like it was free. It was like, yo, you just rebought a mystery box. It's like me going to the sneaker store paying $500 for
No, they
a
got one.
mystery
Didn't they
box.
get one for free too?
Yeah,
they,
but
Yeah, but a
they
lot of
did.
the
them
people
made
who
So
made a
the
choice to go buy another one, and the
Oh,
people who
okay.
did, you paid $500 for some sneakers and a mystery box. Came home and it's the same exact pair that I just got from the same store a year ago, and they knew that. You know
For
what I'm
five
saying?
times more.
Yeah, like what the? I'll be pissed. I get it.
yeah,
I get it.
yeah. Like I said, I get it. I don't take it away. I'm thinking if you once you get if you can get past it, right? Because some people are just not going to be able to, and we heard it today. Some people just won't get past it, and that's fair, 100%. But like I said, I like to look at everything from perspective. Like if clones did this, and I hope they don't, but if they did, where I would take it is I'm like, all right, is the like honestly, and this is how I look at everything. I'm not even saying this because I'm happy I got the Azuki. Blah, no, it's not even that. It's with every. I'll give you an example. That's non-related to NFTs. Virgin Galactic today or last week uh, diluted the stock. They sent out. They raised money, right? Near term, it dropped the price. Like we were pumping, we were moving in the right direction leading up to the flight. They issued more shares, locked in more cash, which short term hurts the stock. Longer term, this means that now they're almost able to bridge the gap between now and when they get their Delta class, which is what is going to be the bread and butter that ultimately allows them to go full commercial and actually turn cash flow positive. So if I'm looking near term and I'm a trader and I was counting on that, that quick pump to make whatever, I'm upset 100% because I had a plan and they didn't tell me they were going to, raise this cash and it sucks near term. Longer term, this means that the company gets to thrive and they can actually deliver on a longer term vision, which if they do, it's a brand new industry that nobody is in, right? So at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, like, what is your time horizon for this? Yes, it sucks near term, but like, how do you keep it moving? So that's all I'm saying. Of like, you got it. There's perspective there, and it's for sure. If you're an OG, and that's the side of the fence that you're on, it sucks. But then you have to ask yourself the question on: is this like the straw that breaks the camel's back, and you're out, or were you there for the long term vision, and that's what you're going after? And maybe it's not
Well,
that bad if the team is building.
a
The
good
jokes are
majority of
plentiful.
the people were here to try to for the flip, and a lot of people in NFTs are here for short term vision. Anyways, we see it all over the place. Let's get to the hands though. Shadow, I apologize. We'll go to Anya after. What's up, Shadow?
Yeah.
My bad, bro.
It's all right. I'll probably just jump in because sometimes I'll listen or doing something. But I wanted to speak on that where that conversation kind of started. Look, I've been seeing a lot of what I'm assuming are OG Azukis that are really upset. I don't think that's ever really a good thing when your OGs in your project are not happy. And the fact that, they can be happy for new people joining their project, but man, it's I would feel some type of way too if I had a clone. Like I'm about to buy my forever clone, right? And I know some clones look pretty similar, but if I bought my forever clone and then Animus turns out to be a gotcha, it's my clone, but they all got fire hair or something like that. Like, I would be happy for the new people that would be joining in, but a part of me would be like, bro, like, why? Because a lot of these posts, they all are rhyming the same way. In a nutshell, they're basically saying, why would people want to get an Azuki when they can literally get an Azuki now for more than like a third of the, or less than third of the price, right? We're talking like 1 point something ETH. I'm not sure what the floor is right now. And I agree with their sentiment because I'm sorry, but if I do run into extra money, like I would maybe, let's say I get all of my clone stuff, which I probably won't ever be done. But let's say in a scenario I get enough from what I want out of Artifact. I'm like, okay, let's see what Azuki has to offer. Unless you're going to tell me like Azukis are the only ones that are going to get things moving forward and there's something coming out soon, then because I'm not going to buy something and then get something first a year from now. I'm just gonna buy the elemental, right? It kind of does, in a way, it does, in my opinion, it does devalue the main Azuki line. Now, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that the elementals are not going to do a positive. They're going to do a lot of positives for new people. They're not going to do too much for existing people. Other than the airdrop, that was their handshake of the, hey, thank you for being a holder. Thank you for being a part of this project. Here's an airdrop. Other than that, that is the only benefit to them. And the only reason why I have to go off of this is because Zagabond himself said he has no interest in onboarding. He's only interested in rewarding his early investors. Well, today, unfortunately, in my opinion, they kind of devalued their early investors, their Azukis, and it's showing that on the charts. Now, maybe things might change, maybe more information might come out. I am still like, I still think the elementals look cool. Don't get me wrong, they do look cool, but I gotta agree with what these guys are saying. I've seen like 5 posts now. Why, the question is always, why would anybody at this point buy an Azuki's when they can if they're solely buying for the art, they can just buy an elemental. So yeah, I really hope Artifact doesn't do anything like that. I would rather see some of the other ideas that we had around here about, what items your clone has, taking them off, putting new items on. I haven't seen a PFP project really dive into that type of things. Like, I'd rather customize clones or have a completely different avatar that doesn't resemble clones whatsoever, is a completely different line, than them to ever release another version of clones. I just, that's just my opinion. I think it was on your next. Oh, L, I made your anime list. I don't know if you saw it or not. I tweeted it out. I tagged you in that tweet, so your anime list is ready. Like I said with Compound, all I ask is that you at least watch 3 episodes and you watch it in the native language and with English subtitles. If you can't do it after 3 episodes, but you really like the anime and you want to switch over to dub, which is basically just in English, that's totally fine. But I like when people at least attempt first, because long term, if you do end up getting into anime, like if we go see a movie, we literally can't go see a movie, me and my wife, with her brother-in-law who's also into anime, because he just can't watch anime in Japanese. He has to see dub. So we'll go see it on Friday and he'll go see the movie on Saturday by himself. So it's kind of separates the community. But yeah, just want to let you know. I think it was Anya next. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't remember why I raised my hand in the first place. I know it was for something, but I cannot remember anymore. Because we've been on such a tangent with all these points. But jumping into the middle of everything, I wanted to say that if the goal here is not to, I mean, I don't know anything about what Zagabond has said in the past, like regarding like this like moving forward, if their goal is not to like onboard more people, like that would be very confusing to me, because I feel like this is like a really great pivot to onboarding more people. You know, if this is like their way of pivoting the collection to like expand the art, like, you know, I could understand that. You know, I certainly hope that I certainly wish that they would have like kind of given more insight into what like the whole like path was like going forward. Again, like I still think it would have been really really cool if they had just because I this entire time, like every after the reveal, minus the couple of hours that I was outside doing a project today. Ever since I had the reveal, I've just been looking through all of the revealed art, trying to figure out like what's there and kind of give my own opinion outside of the spaces and timeline and everything else. And like if they had just implemented like brand new specials like that they have, and then like it was kids and it was the animals, like I feel like the collection would have been really great, but it's surprising that there are so many that are similar to the OG, like Azuki collection. And you know, kind of reaching out to the point about you know, Artifact doing anything as far as like, you know, clones and like a repeat version 2 of like the clone collection. Like as far as I know, there are no plans to do that. You know, uh shoot, never mind.
Hey,
I gotta step backwards because yeah, I was just there. I think at some point like our 3D files will be better. I don't think that's alpha, but like I think that's still like a long ways off. But and everything. But I don't think that there's any plans at any point to make like a version 2 of the clones.
Please don't.
hey, Anya,
No.
I,
Yeah.
I posted up top the Zagabond thing, what I'm referring to, because when I read that, I was like, oh, well, that tells me Azukis are always going to eat moving forward. And then today happens, so yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Oh,
I
I see
mean,
that. I see.
that's
I'm
okay.
gonna
I guess
let
I'll
me jump
save
in
my
and
comments.
let me jump in and say this. I think playing, I don't want to say devil's advocate, but looking at it from a different perspective. What if they really are just constructing all of these things intentionally? Like, what if the FUD and everything is, and I know it's kind of far fetched to say, and it's kind of like even more messed up, right? Because there were people who floored their shit and got the fuck out, right? Because of the response. But just look at what they putting out there. And maybe this is me just being optimistic per usual, but look at like the pinned tweet of what Azuki put out yesterday. Even strong roots weather all storms. So I'm thinking like FUD storms. They telling you to buckle down. They had another one. They had one for every element that they wanted to put out, right? But even this promo looks like a movie or a Netflix show or some type of promotional material or content that you would see for some type of anime or movie. So this is what I'm thinking. Maybe they created this extra add-on for all of these new characters because everyone that they put out on these Azuki Elemental drop today will be in the full animated feature that they're coming out with in the future, right? And this is being optimistic. It's gonna be totally off, but it's hard for me to believe that this community, the people who run this community, would throw such a major event in Vegas like that just to, for real, because this fuck over their people. Because this essentially is like a rug pool. It's like a mini rug pool, and I just can't see that being the full execution. Like they coming together as the founders or the community leaders and being like, yo, this is a good idea. Let's just run with that. And they're like, all right, cool, let's do it. Let's run it. That's good. It
Well,
looks the same. Let's do it.
yeah, I think there's a bigger vision
Over.
here, honestly. But let's go to subscribe and
Oversight happens, Dre. We know an artifact oversight happens. You get in the meetings, you get a plan going, you execute it, and you didn't think about every way it could go wrong. Like we saw with the monolith, right? Like at some point there was a meeting and they felt like that's the way to rock, and you don't really get you don't really get the holes poked in your plan until you execute and people start to point the holes out, or it just goes to shit. I think it's important when building a plan to sure talk about every way that it could go right, but more importantly, you should spend double the amount of time theorizing every possible way that a plan could go wrong. And so I've seen it. I mean, we've seen an artifact. It's possible that they may not have thought like specific things through and thought about the ways things could have slipped up or could have went wrong. But I agree with you in a sense that there's no way that this shit is like how it was meant to be. Because I told myself like that for a few months after Monolith. Like, there ain't no way that's how it was meant to be. How do you miss something like that? So, Scribe, what's up, bro?
It gave me some Avatar vibes. I don't know. Is that what they're going for? I felt like they should have just kept with the animals, you know, because in Avatar 1 they have like those big creatures, and then if you guys watch Korra, they have like those spirit small creatures, and like the small creatures itself could be like a PFP, I feel like. And if they just kept with that, I think that would be dope. Everybody's complaining that it looks the same like the first one. I mean, if they kept it with the, you know, the small little creatures, I think maybe they would have got a different response. I don't know.
Yeah, and I just want to
Hey,
say
I've been
too, looking
keeping
through
tally
everything that
of
was
how many
discussed.
times people say, "Man, they
Shadow,
kept it."
can you hear Anya?
Oh no, I can't. Let me drop down and come back.
Yeah, no worries. What's up, Anya? You're up, Anya. My bad.
So, sorry, Shadow. Well, he had his hand raised anyways. It was me. It was being rude and interrupting. So I'm sorry.
Oh, I missed it.
I
Fuck.
know it's okay. I was in the wrong, but I just I wanted to say, like, was with regard like to the art, like was like Subscribe was saying, like the animals are so cool. I really really like them. I think they executed that really well. They're like some of my favorite ones. They had some really cool traits that they implemented into this one. There's only one like this, and it's like it's got a hood. It's like an Azuki, you know, style character. It's got like the person has a hood up, and it's not an animal, like it's a person, but you have no facial features on this one. You just have the eyes that are like peeking through the hood that's up, and it's like this, you know, black background, like dark black background, and then there's rain, and like honestly, one of the best ones in the whole collection. It's got like 20 ETH offer on it right now. It's really really cool looking. And like there are a lot of other ones that I'm like, yeah, that's it's exactly what I was expecting out of like an additional collection. If they were gonna just like go in with uh you know version 2 of the art and like put in all these other variations that just don't exist yet, like I would have loved to have seen more of that, like but on a grander scale instead of like, you know, repeat, like it looks so much the same, but like somebody paid 19 ETH for the other one, and the other one is like 2 ETH in the other collection. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes, Dre, you posted it. It's at the top, it's pinned. That one is that goes so freaking hard. Like instantly I would also put 20 ETH like and try to weep that. Like for real. It's so good.
Bro, talk about
Yeah,
Shadow, man. God damn. That's my PFP. I need that.
I mean the one thing I'll those are all good points. The other thing that I will say is the collection is not fully revealed yet. There's still a ton out there. I think we've only revealed 7,800 of them. There's like another 12,000 plus that still need to be revealed. So I mean, we don't really know what's in there. I think all these are valid points, and yeah, I don't know. I do think that I think there's a bigger vision, and the core collection has never been tossed to the side. You know, for better or for worse, that's what makes Azuki Azuki, honestly. And they've always taken care of their core people. So I cannot see this not being that in some way. And it's like, we'll see how it plays out. But yeah,
What
near
are
term,
what are the beans at right now? The unrevealed ones.
1.9, I think the last time I looked. Let me
What
check
if
quick.
I play devil's advocate and say funks?
Nah.
What are you talking about?
Let's not even go there.
What does
I
that
don't think
mean?
that's the case. Like, I think those like that was like way back. Like, that's not even the thing now. Like, nothing they've done in the last since that whole thing came out points to them even trying to do a rug pull or any of that stuff. So, let's not go there.
So
A lot of people have
even
gone there today, for real though. They've
I
been
know.
firing on all cylinders when it came to everything.
I've heard it all. I've heard it all, and honestly, like I understand the why, because people are confused, and I think they think it's confused. Like it's like, if I put myself in their shoes, yeah, I would be very confused too. Like, why do they all look the same? But again, what I would go back to, and it's the same thing, and it's not even like, for people that don't remember this, I will remind you all, and I didn't know a ton of people
nah, we
then,
don't even got to.
but whenever,
Yeah, don't do
what's that?
it.
So
don't do it.
I think
No,
yeah,
no, no.
the only important thing.
All right, like I'll just let it be. But like anyway, the point is, I think you just gotta step back and think, and long term this all makes sense. And I think the team just needs to come out and communicate, like link it for people, like help them understand
Yeah.
why their similarities, and where do they go from here. I think that's what's needed right now,
Yeah,
to address
communication.
those concerns. Yeah, like they need to come out and address it, because I can
It's,
see why people are frustrated.
but it's no. I mean, I think this reflects the trust level, right? And I said this before when we were going through our thing. It's easy to be like, oh, everything is all good and gravy when the floor price is high and things are up and sentiment is high, vibes are high. But as soon as some shit hit the fan, that's when you figure out what's real and what's not. And I think the whole funk situation, it sparks up those scars from the trust issues that were brought to the forefront in the past. And I think that's still a role that's being played here. And without the effective communication from the squad, people gonna come up with their own conclusions, as we see. And that's why those are part of those conclusions. Those, here we go again. I smell a little rugged, you know what I'm saying? Because there hasn't been any communication. So that's why I'm saying it has to be something more, because it just makes sense. If the team sees these people going through and having such a rough day today with this reveal, and they're not saying anything, in my mind, it's like, yo, it must mean because they're playing up to something or they're building something. Because other than that, it's just crazy. You losing some of your top holders and talking down about your community. And you, like I said, just coming off such an amazing weekend. This is how you gonna run it? Like, it doesn't make sense. I'm thinking it has
Dre
to be something
Millie,
else.
he just made 38 milli. He's laughing at his house right now.
I mean, but that's what I mean. Like you just said, that goes back to the trust situation. A lot of people are saying the same things. That, yo, he on his way to Dubai and his yacht and his
He just
PJ.
got an NBA contract. What you mean?
That's what I
So
mean. A lot of people feeling that same type of way. So why wouldn't they come out and say, yo, all right, this is what we got going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, unless it was part of the lore. But go ahead, Colin.
Just because Subscribe said what he said, Funks, and the one difference that I think they face the other way, so it's going to bring me into a point. Is even the one at the top, it's facing the same way. The shading's the same. Like I wouldn't be able to tell what collection that is from, like immediately. I would have to really go dive in. I think what they could have done and should have done is the colors, the shading, maybe the direction it was facing. There should be more distinction between it. Should be easily recognizable between a Azuki. So then then like they could have flipped it to the other side. It could have been a little bit more front facing. It could have been 3/4 turn or like a quarter turn, kind of like ours is a quarter turn. There's a lot of things, but because they're the same facing, similar shading, similar color scheme, and they have a similar look, they're not as easily distinguishable. And I think that could have been fixed. And then the main holders, the Azuki holders, um, they would have been happy, they would have been stoked, and they would have continued to feel like their left facing full left face PFP was still special, right?
Yeah,
A
yeah,
lot of them you
that's
could
a
hear
good
in their
call out.
voice. Yeah, a lot of them you could hear in their voice that they no longer like the average person in a space, me, clone, anybody is not able to quickly distinguish that they have the top tier collection and somebody who just paid an ETH and a half doesn't. They have a different collection. That's important to people, man. Unfortunately, it seems kind of like superficial, but like that's how the world is, man. Like a lot of people buy these PFPs as a digital flex, man, and you got to remember uh, uh, the same thing with like your cars and your Rolexes and your other collectibles. If a bunch of very similar, almost exact things flooded the market, it would take value from what you like to collect. So they could have faced the other way, quarter turn. A lot of things could have been done to make them distinguishable, but for me, I'm not able to tell. I'll look at the collection more so I know for sure, but um, I do more research than most people.
Yeah, I mean,
Eh,
and that's a fair point. I think facing them the other way would have worked, and again, kind of taking the other side as somebody who jumped in because I do like the art, and then, like I said, I mean, I told you guys for the past few days, right? That trailer did it for me. Like it hit every note where I'm like, you know what? I think it's time for me to jump in. And if all they had was the animals or it was everything we see right now, but they were facing the other way, I would have been okay with that. Like, and and to be fair, I think I think you're right, Com. Like, and so I do have to take a step back and look at it from that point of view that people look at these things as a flex. I personally don't, which is why like this doesn't bother me. And like I'm always looking at more like what is the actual access and utility behind it. That's what I care about. And obviously, I want it to look good too, right? Like obviously, but you know that that particular flex piece is not that important to me. um, but people do care, so I can see that, and that's something that I did not, I guess, account for earlier. So I appreciate you for kind of
Yeah.
calling that out, and yeah, so I think that's a fair
The
point.
the
I'm
majority of the people
pissed.
on the oh, go ahead, Jay. I just monologued.
No,
Oh,
I was
we got to
trolling.
go to Shadow. But I was just say the majority of the people that are in this space are buying it like it for the art or maybe for the flex, and the token, the access it gets is more of a back end. It's something you appreciate on your own in the back end, and that's the access you want. But people want to PFP them and they want to feel like, this is my unique one of 10,000 Azuki. Nothing looks like it out there. And there are so many similarities in the collection that I felt it in their voice. They were like, what the fuck, man? There's so many identical ones. Shadow, I
Some
apologize.
some
Oh,
some
shit.
people paid 19 ETH last week to grab um, one of the Azuki OGs, and then they come out with the 1.9 ETH cousin of it. You know what I mean? That's a huge part of it too.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I want to jump in because there's a lot of points that I want to touch on that y'all have been talking about. The first one is with what I believe Dre Millie you were talking about, the communication, man. And that was one of my like four things. You have to have somebody that it doesn't have to be the founders, but somebody needs to, at any point in time when shit like this happens, they need to have the ability to make a public announcement of, hey guys, we hear you, or like just something. Like the silence does not help. Silence never helps. I understand silence is more of a, we're gathering our thoughts. So if it's not what you were saying, Dre Millie, if it's not they're going to drop a bomb on everybody and everybody's going to be like, oh my God, I should have never sold. if that's the reason for the silence, then cool. Then keep it up. But it's a little bit risky. Yes, I mean your OGs are not OGs, but you got people dumping. People are really upset. But I also want to talk about the difference between the FUD. So the FUD, to where I understand, just not going through it, but just reading about it. The FUD was Zagabond was a part of like what two other projects that quote unquote rugged. And so that was the whole, we're Zagabond's gonna rug this project, let's get the fuck out, right? He came out, he made his, rebuttal against those claims, the floor dip, but the community was like, look, the art and everything is good. We're all chilling. I mean, nothing really changed other than, hey, this guy that made this amazing project, he may do something bad. So it was really easy for the community to just bounce back. When it comes to Artifact, it was an actual, like I say, physical, but it's a digital thing. It was an actual action that caused the FUD. That action was let's chop it up to the disconnect between the community and I guess, we can say the founders or something like that, whatever you want to say, right? Let's just chop it up to that. And so there's a lot of uncertainty. People lost a lot of money, and now there's a lot of uncertainty on if they can keep to their word. Can they pull off Animus? Can they really do a really good Monolith X2? Because there was an action that caused the FUD, people started leaving and, slowly but surely, or just dropping their clones because of an action that happened. So now we go back to now Azuki. An action has now happened that now they have dropped a project that is so similar to the OGs that they're now in a situation where there's something that needs to be said. There's something that needs to be done, or there's something that's in the works that's going to be coming out. So I don't want to ever see a project have to go through what Artifact went through, because I feel like it was really unjustified. Like, yeah, it was warranted, and the founders or whoever was in charge of the discount box, that the feedback needed to be had. But as far as how other projects attacked you guys and said that, all the shit that y'all went through, I don't want to see that happen to Azuki's. But I can tell you right now, Artifact, they're probably one of the top things on their list is making sure things are up to community expectations and are flawless going forward, because you don't want to have the same mistake happen twice. So, for instance, Azuki, they're now in a crossroad where it's like, because I've been seeing some guys say, like, oh, are y'all really surprised the guy that rugged two other projects is rugging his own project? Are y'all really surprised? So now this is like, quote unquote, the second time something has happened. And it kind of, in some people's eyes, it justifies the FUD that happened before, and it creates a whole new sense of doubt or uncertainty. FUD, right? Fear, doubt, or uncertainty now. So with all that being said, I'm just laying all that stuff out to say, absolutely, the founders, creators, whoever on that side, they need to make a statement. Time is of the essence. The sooner a statement comes out or an announcement comes out, the better. A town hall, whatever it may be, you just have to take these things. You got to meet it where it's at. I mean, you can't be really coy with these type of situations. But now, if this was truly what they intended, and if they do have a plan, even just say, hey, we hear you guys, wait and see. We got some more stuff in store. I'm not saying they gotta bend over to their community and be like, we fucked up, because artists are artists. So sometimes we don't see the art at first, or we don't see the vision at first. We gotta be shown whatever they got on the roadmap. Maybe there's a reason why some of them look similar. I would like, there's so much up in the air, but at the minimum, I would have expected them to say something. um, but yeah, that's just kind of how I'm seeing it. And then the other thing I want to touch on really quickly, since that was song, uh, everybody loves companions, right? And the reason why I was saying that I would rather have another project that is completely different than clones but is also an avatar is because everyone loves companions, right? If you're going to make a piece to like be a part of, that's why the beans did so well. It was like a companion to the Azukis. This elemental or elements that is kind of coming off as the exact same thing until we know what the difference is. But when it comes to Artifact, that's why I think Animus is going to be so good, because it's like a companion. Human beings, we're social creatures, right? Rather if you're a loner or you don't like to hang around people, in your core, in your DNA, we're all social creatures. So companionship, rather if it's in digital format, physical format, whatever, it's something that as humans we like. So I always think companions are always great as an option when you're doing a version 2 or another release of your PFP project. That's why I think Animus is going to do so great. But yeah, that's all I wanted to kind of say. I really did wish that they did a play on the rabbit, follow the rabbit. That was already kind of starting off as like an animal type of deal. They could have played on that, but I agree with Tevi. The animation was so fire. I didn't even know what to expect, but I was like, shit. I mean, we got some people that are here to stay because Elemental, like, it looks fucking fire. But yeah, we'll just have to see how this thing goes, man. There's so much up in the air right now, but yeah, you got to say something, man.
Yeah, I think they will. I think it's going to be one of those things that probably tomorrow they'll kind of let it, cool down and everything, and tomorrow they'll come out with a statement because I think it's I think it's location already put out a statement earlier about the mint mechanics and how it didn't go as well. So they were quick on that one. I would expect that they come out tomorrow with something well thought out and give it, and kind of explain some stuff. But like I said, man, like I don't know. I think people have to give it time. I think it'll make sense. It is what it is at this point, right? Like they're or maybe people wake up tomorrow and they do the metadata update that they similar to what they did before. I don't think that's going to happen personally, but it would be pretty cool. Um, if I'm being completely honest, I'm hoping that everything that's currently unrevealed has like some fire humanoid type tigers and wolves and things like that in there. Because I thought those were really cool. Like right now, all we've seen are the cute little fox and red pandas and things like that. Like none of the more, call it, menacing, like imposing animal types have been shown yet. So I think for people who are holding these and haven't revealed yet, there's I want to see the rest of the collection. But I don't know. I feel like, and this is going to sound super selfish, but I feel like for anybody who was looking forward to get into the ecosystem, like it's not like you can't even like be super excited about it because like you're seeing people like down and upset and there's all that. It's almost like that's frankly why I haven't even posted my PFP yet because I'm like, well, I don't think it's even super welcoming right now. Like, but it's whatever. Like, I didn't jump in to be welcomed. I jumped in because like what I saw could be is what I'm following. So we'll see what they do. But I think like everything else, they'll do right by their core teams, and it might take a little bit of time to kind of gather, recover, and bounce back and figure out like how do they where was the ball dropped if that's really what happened here, um, and then they'll figure it out. But they didn't get to where they got. I think Dre said it best. Like they didn't get to where they got by not having a strong community, right? Like nothing has changed with the community. Like the project is still there standing. Um, like the loss of value, yes. I mean, it hurts for sure, but it's not like they can't bounce back, right? So I think they got to give it time to the team to come out and say, like, why do they look similar? Like, there's probably a good reason. Like the artist's vision is I mean, give them a chance to explain it, but We'll see.
I think that's the main issue
Well,
with all of this stuff. We're seeing this over and over and over again, play over and over and over again. It's the communication factor.
yeah.
Like people not coming in and speaking loudly enough, quickly enough to get an understanding pushed through the entire community. Honestly, that's the first thing I thought of when I went to this event in Vegas. I was like, yo, we got to work on our community even more. And I know that's what this is anyway, with Bad Take and everything we're doing here. I know the founders have implemented changes to have communication come through better for the entire experience of all the holders. But even more so, I'm thinking after when I was in Vegas when I came back, I'm like, bro, I even told the compound about like, man, we gotta work on scaling this up because these are essentially, and this is where the Jon Snow analogy comes in when I was talking about compounding. When it comes to situations like this that Azuki is going through right now, they have that north wall built up for the Ice King to come through and have to battle through to get to the main heart of things, right? Like we didn't have this previously before Monolith 2 and all of that stuff happened. That's why we crumbled so quickly. It's because we didn't have things in place to block all of the FUD or the attacks or the negative sentiments that was being pushed on the timeline. We didn't have the community set up to deal with that type of situation. And as we can see, even with Azuki, man, like they went through it first with all of that stuff that happened last year with Zagabond and they went down, but they built up the community that bounced back. And now they're going through another attack with a different topic behind it, but they have the wall implemented to be able to fight it off. Like Vaughn was saying on his spaces earlier, fuck that shit. We're not gonna let nobody else who not holding the Azuki come through and knock us down. Like we gonna keep pushing. Like they still was uplifting their people, and it's needed, man, because anything can happen. Anything oversight or a misstep can happen, and by the founders or the community leaders, and something like this can happen again. And you have to have a community strong enough to be able to withstand these missteps, these mishaps, in order to keep going. Because this is the type of shit that can crumble you, and you might not even ever be able to bounce back from. So, community, 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 and on top of that is effective communication, man. Just to create more understanding and translate to that said community what steps we are taking as a unit and how we're going to get through all of this.
I just had a thought and I completely lost it. Wrecked. Oh man. Well, guys, it was the most exciting topic of the day. But if anybody has any other topics, I feel like we've beat a dead horse here. I think we've covered almost everything with it. I'm sure there's more to light. It's unfortunate. I will say on a different kind of research level, there were a lot of degens that took out loans to buy Azukis. This is just being degens being degens. There's like $12.5 million worth of loans taken out to buy Azukis to get the airdrop. There's a lot of the loans that are underwater on Bendao and other platforms, and Oracle's only update once every 24 hours, so the new floor price will get updated tomorrow, and these loans will be underwater. So it'll be interesting to see how, unless the floor bounces back and kind of levels out, but there could be some more hurt on the timeline. There could be some more people upset. Again, I think Dre made a good point earlier. It's like it ain't gonna benefit you in any way to like feed off someone else's pain because they're degens are gonna degens, and this is clone degens. There's ape degens. There's Azuki degens. But if you go and do some crazy shit and you get wrecked, man, like, bruh, you taking loans out to buy assets in a speculative ass market like this where you could have a 6 to 8 ETH change in a single day. When we were in Vegas, it was 17 ETH for an Azuki. Now it was 10 by the time. You don't take loans out on assets that can fucking fluctuate like that, guys. Like that, if anything, this should be a learning lesson now that Blur has leveraged NFTs and Bendao and all these other things. is don't get yourself into any trouble that you can't take care of, because you will get wrecked out in this space. Shit moves way too fast for you to make any adjustments. I was in the club and they're showing this trailer. Everybody's lit on this trailer. And in my mind, I don't have anything in my wallet. In my mind, I'm thinking about if anybody out there in the crowd is so focused, like pulling their head down from the trailer to go accept a bid on Bend Out, because that check your wallet moment, the trailer moment, those like peak euphoria moments tend to be the time where you take a little profit, let the dust settle, and figure out your next move. But I'll be honest, no, everybody had their phones up filming. I didn't see nobody like selling anything. There was no degen plays happening. They're all really stoked. So I hope everybody made it out unscathed. If you did go on leverage, it wouldn't have been me though, I'll tell you. Tevy, what's up, man?
I'm gonna pivot us because we actually got some really interesting, cool news earlier today, right? With the CRLs and the confirmation from Andro that August is the date. Still, to date, so far for CRLs to start shipping out. So I think that's super exciting for anybody who wasn't on the town hall earlier today. So I want to make sure that people know about that. That August is still what we're tracking to. I think that's super exciting. Definitely curious to see if they roll that out with. Oh, hold on! I think my headphones just died.
No, we can hear you, dude.
Can you hear me now? All right, cool.
Yo, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
So, what I was saying, yeah. So, I'm really curious to see if we get any news around. Actually, I'm kind of curious to see like what people want to speculate on, as far as like, will we get some news around IRL activation along with the CRLs, right? Like as the something along those lines. It talks about like.
Oh, now you sound like booty.
You sound like you're
Oh
clone.
no!
I think your headphone kicked back on.
Man, let me throw the. You know what? I'm gonna go on pause for a little bit. You guys can.
That sound like booty.
The headphones like shut off or something shut off right when he was talking.
And they come back on. Yo, Pump, we hiking tomorrow or what, man? What's good?
Shit, let's do it. I just played basketball again today. I'm not gonna lie, but let's do it. Let's do it. Fuck it. I'm in.
You're gonna be hurt biscuits in the morning.
Yeah, nah, I already feel like I need assistance to walk, bro. I'm sitting in my car. I could have went upstairs to the house like an hour ago, but I just been sitting in the car on bad take because I'm so sore I don't even want to move. But no, let's do it. We gotta make Cass come one of these days, bro.
Yeah, man, we definitely forgetting the Cavs live here.
Bro, yes, nah. I told him one time, and then he gave me an excuse. He was like, "Yeah, you know, I got work stuff going on at that time." Like, bro, nah, Cass. I know you're listening. I don't know if you hear me right now, but bro, you're going on a hike.
Or we should go out his way. Go out to the Santa
Oh yeah,
Monica or
no
something.
excuses. We'll come to you, bro.
Yeah, make it happen.
Mm-hmm. He's pretending he can't hear us, I guess.
All right, I'm back. So, yeah, that was my headphones. They were dying, and I had to like reconnect or whatever. So I dropped them off. Now it's just like full on, just no headphones. CIRLs, August sounds like a perfect time potentially for like. I'm curious, like if people think we will get also news around IRL events and move to earn all at the same time, or if it's going to be more like, okay, here are the shoes, here's the app that goes with it, obviously, and then announcement later to come. Do you think it all hits at once, or is it like the shoes and then later date is like when we're going to do the move to earn IRL event, or do you think the shoes come and then the main event that Artifact has this year
is when the activation actually takes place. Like where do people minds, like where do you think this goes?
I think it happens at home digitally. I think it'll be like a event that we could all do from home. I'm assuming maybe whenever the event does happen, they'll have a little activation for the shoes too. But I could see it as like a maybe not right away when the shoes get here, just because they're gonna wait for everyone to get theirs. Maybe ease into explaining to people again what they do and what they're meant to do, and then I feel like we're gonna get that little
Is someone
IRL
speaking?
quest.
Yeah, Pump.
Yeah,
Pump's talking.
Pumptitious is talking.
Yo,
Yeah, I can hear.
okay, but yeah, I feel like it might be like a at home. Everyone has to complete like a task type of thing. My assumption, not like literally wear them at your house and do something, but like, yo, go do this, go walk here, go something like this, and then ease into more. How can I call it?
Wait, is
Activations
Cass?
in person with like a crew. Yo, Cass is
Is he a delivery, like a bike delivery driver? What's going on here?
bro. He's sick. He's crazy. He
I
said,
look like you're picking up dinner.
Like,
"Proof I'm
it's
not
like a
ignoring you. Let's get that
he's
hike."
do
Okay,
yo.
yo, you hear it here first, Dre.
Cass is
He
doing
said, "Let's
Uber
get it."
Eats right now on a bike.
Let's go.
Like that's hustling, bro. You guys are not hustling unless you're doing Uber Eats on your bike at night, baby. Let's go, Cass. You guys just don't know what a side hustle is. My dude, man, how's this guy find the time? Community manager all day, hosting spaces, creating renders, Uber Eats at night, making music. Like, dude's a legend, bro.
I'm trying to get like Cass when I grow up.
Yo,
Look
so
at
what's
that
the
bike.
utility of this situation, right? We see what's going on with Azuki, and Tevington made a point about jumping into something because of utility. What's the utility? This is one reason why I never got into Azuki in the very beginning. No shots against anyone who did, but I was heavy on the what's the utility? What's the utility? What's the point of me doing this? What's the point of me jumping into this? Right? And not even just for Elemental, because we don't know the utility with that, but what's going on with Ether in this drop? And what's the utility behind that? It seems like people just coming out with stuff just to be coming out with stuff.
I mean, I can tell you what I hope is behind elementals. But I mean, it's pretty. Actually, it's really straightforward for me. I'm hoping that this ties back to both anime and potentially gaming. Is kind of what I'm hoping this ties back to. And so down the anime route, right? Like there's obviously the show itself, but then there's all of the gear that you can build around it, like all of the clothing lines and all that stuff. Like I personally wear a ton of anime shirts. Like that's what I prefer to wear, like on when I'm dressed down and everything. So, and I think I've said this before, like if they do launch the anime, and I don't know if they will or not, but that trailer, you don't just launch a crazy fire trailer and not have. I mean, you could. It could just be like a cool render and that's it. Um, but I would expect that when you start talking about the world being divided into four quote unquote clans, right? And now you're expanding that world. You have that super cool trailer. I would imagine that it ties back to some kind of show, whether it's community driven or there's like a Netflix or something behind it.
Can I
I feel
chime
like
in?
yeah. Let me quick finish my thought.
All right, all
Yeah,
right, all right.
but I think it goes down that route. So for me, that would be super cool because that's a show I would definitely watch, and I get some cool clothing out of it. But more importantly, it probably allows for artists and community members to get involved with that. Where now, if you have a character in the show or whatever, like I think there's so many ways you could play that one out. But that's the piece that's interesting to me. But yeah, for the original collection, and like I've always looked at it as, I mean, they have a really cool community. You get access to artists, but it wasn't super clear to me what the vision was. And that's really where Elemental kind of comes in. And it's like, yeah, I can actually see them going down the anime route for real, with this. And that to me is interesting. But before, I don't know. I think they had cool art. I think it looked cool. I like kind of like what they were doing over there, but it didn't really hit hard for me before.
It's always been cool art. It's always been all of these. It would be dope if, or it could be dope if they would, right?
I
And the art was never something I think that was, the art was always dope. For real. If you like anime, this art is for you. This project is for you. But I'll say this: I think in 2021, or actually when they dropped in 2022, because I think they dropped in like January 2022. That was dope. That was it. Like, oh, what could happen? That would be dope if all the community is dope, all the art is dope. But in 2023, in a bear market, bro, it's like, and this is me personally, it's like, come on, man, we have to
I
have
agree.
some derivative. Like, we gotta have some directions. We gotta have something that's gonna take us to the next level that makes me even want to be a part of this. Not just being like, oh, let's just support it just to support it. Because then it turns into this situation where people are like, damn, homie made 40 million. And now they putting out doubles of and duplicates of the same one that's being pumped into the ecosystem. Because it just came up in the timeline too, where they're duplicates, exact duplicates with different numbers.
Bro, they're the same exact thing with like
And yeah, but that's what I'm
a,
saying. There's no
a
But
unique.
TV
I think
show.
this is why they need to come out and tell people like, how does this connect and how does this play into the vision?
I think it's a
If
video game, bro. If it's divided into four, they have their like
yeah.
little Halumia land. They divide it again,
Mm-hmm.
bro. A TV show with 20,000 characters plus the 10,000 OG. Like I feel like a show would be sick. I wouldn't like say it's not a possibility of being a thing, but like in every show, I feel like there's 10 main characters. So the other 20,000, 30,000, yeah, I feel like it's cool representation. But as far as rewarding the holders in that sense, I feel like it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's gonna be interesting, right? Like how they present this is. I mean, I feel like I think like they really need to tie this together for people. Like if they don't, then they keep playing the silent game and not. I think a lot of people are gonna lose hope, right? Like where now it's gonna be justified, but I think they just have to tie it together and the way everything leading up to it, to me, doesn't feel like, especially because it is 2023 and you're kind of past just hype with no substance, or at least you should be. Um, I feel like it will tie together. It's just that, you know, delayed communication. So we'll see. But I think 2023 and on, like there's projects that have just hype and no substance behind it in this bear market will, I mean, you're gonna quickly figure out like if there's just nothing there. And I don't think that is this team, if I'm being honest. I don't think this is it. I feel like they've been building. They've been pretty quiet for the past year, putting, they've had their head down. So we'll see. Um,
Hey, I want to.
and maybe I'm just high on that trailer. Like, and that could very well be too, right? And so I realized that. But I was telling Comp earlier in the DMs, I'm like, the the entry point and what I spent on it right now, it's like, yeah, I'm okay with, not that anybody, I like losing money, but I'm okay with that quote unquote investment or allocation, not even investment, that allocation at this point, because if it doesn't go right, I mean, I still have something cool that I like, which I have dinos in my wallet that look cool but do nothing. So anyways, but we're not going to rehash that one.
Yeah, I wanted to say with that, now that I see that there are duplicates, yeah, you really got to say something now. I mean, I saw the other one where there's like the Star Guardians or what do you call that? Magic Girl stick. It's like an anime trope reference. It has like the wand with the star on it and like the finger, there's like a block in between the finger and the wand. That okay, maybe just a few got through, but if it comes out that there's actual duplicates, and I hope this person compared to traits. I mean, that's that would have been the first thing I would have did. But if this ends up being the case, there's duplicates as well. I mean, even though some people will be like, okay, that's small, but it's like, what do those people do? You know what I mean? Like, how do you fix that? Can you fix that? Or do me and another guy just have a duplicate? You know what I mean? So,
Nah, I mean, I would look at the traits. There's probably like a hidden necklace or something, because even if you look in the clone collection, you actually have clones that have the exact same everything. The difference is there's a necklace, or there's something that's like under the clothing that's different. So, I mean, I don't know about those two specifically that were pinned at the top, but that's I would look at the traits themselves and compare that,
yeah,
right?
I'll act,
The
And
apes have a few.
that's where I would
I'll
start.
put,
The apes have a few identical ones, like dead ass identical. And
Like
yeah, they have
with
a
the
few of
traits and
them.
everything.
Yeah, there's no different traits. They're exactly identical. The apes do, but
yeah,
Ooh.
somehow they've become more lore. There's been like lore around them, and like the guys who own them try to collect the opposite one. They've kind of made it more of a fun thing. Like, yo, it's rare to have the same apes. I've seen identical apes. I don't know if I've ever seen identical clones though.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple in the collection. Well, not there's a few. I can't. Like, maybe I'll go back and find a couple just for fun this weekend or something. But if you look at them at face value, they look exactly the same. Same T-shirts. The difference comes in because one of them has like a necklace and the other one doesn't. But the necklace is hidden right under the clothing, or the eyes have two traits where it's like I think it's I'll find some examples, but like they have like the eyes look the same, but it's like there's two, like one, like the drip clones for example will have drip traits, and but it's covered by something else, and it's like it's not super obvious. But if you look straight at the clone, like you would think that it's the exact same one. So I've seen a few in the collection that are like that. But yeah, I'll find a couple and put them on the timeline, or just in our group chat. I don't think it needs to go to the timeline. I'll just put it in the group chat.
But yes,
But I've seen them.
These are the same ones. I am looking at the trace. It's exactly the same.
yeah. So if they are the same thing, to me, that has to be answered. Not to start FUD or anything, but that has to be answered 100%. But what I want to say is, like, I mean, there's certain things like we know. I'm expecting Animus to not be a one of one. Like, I'm expecting all the work to be going into like actual like the Murakami that was on the billboard. I'm expecting multiple people can have a Murakami animus, but the difference is going to be in a form of whoever brought it up earlier. I'm already forgetting traits. What those traits might be, but traits themselves, you can do things like auras. Now they can knock it out of the park and do one of ones on animus as well. That'll be freaking crazy because I think there's going to be a lot of those things. But I'm expecting Animus to be kind of like Pokemon, right? Multiple people can have Pikachu, but my Pikachu can be stronger than your Pikachu. It depends on traits, how well it's bonded. Maybe they do some fun stuff with it, but I don't think this was said that these are all supposed to be one of ones, and maybe there's some twins in this collection. But there's at least a few things within the first 24 hours that I think now I feel like the more and more that gets revealed, there's positives and then there's more negatives though. But again, like I mean, I'm not gonna be going after posting anything on my timeline. Like I said, what happened to Artifact? What happened to y'all? Uh at first it was like wow, that's a discount, but everything that happened after that was kind of like unjustified. And I guess we're just gonna have to have a bigger person moment. Because I saw a lot of people from, let's just say different projects that may or may not be going through some stuff now that, I wonder if we sat down and talked to some of them, how they would feel about it, right? Because it's different when it happens to you and it's easy to kick somebody else when they're down. At the beginning of the day, I was like, okay, this is kind of funny. Like, wow, like, I was just thinking it was just a really small amount. But as the day slowly went on, I slowly realized, like, oh no, this is a bigger thing than it started out to be. So I'm gonna take it a little bit more seriously now. I really hope they get some answers tomorrow or something. But yeah, it seems like these traits are exactly the same. Okay.
Let's go to Snap. I haven't heard from Snap in forever. I see you posting here and there on the timeline, though. It's good to see you, man.
Yo, what up? What up? Yeah, that's why I miss y'all, man. I miss y'all. I was having withdrawals, man. I just wanted to hop in for a second, just to say hi and let y'all know I still love you, man. I ain't gone nowhere. I just been, I've been grinding. I had a couple rough weeks, and then I'm in the heavy season of work for my company. I got like all three of my biggest clients have their biggest projects of the year like in active production at the moment, and then I got a couple other projects on the side that I've been working on, and but also just major family time, family stuff, trying to keep up, juggling everything. It's been a lot, but haven't been tapped into everything. But I did want to toss it. I really honestly, number one, just wanted to slide through, just to be present for a moment, and just to just to hear you guys talk, hear my friends' voices, and say hello, and stop in and see how everybody's doing. But of course, I wanted to just really quick chime in on the whole Azuki thing, because I haven't been as tapped in. I mean, I've been the most unplugged I've been probably for the last 2 weeks, and I've been in the last year of Web3, and it's felt like a year has gone by. But and I'm on the same tip. I'm not going to say anything on the timeline, because I don't want to contribute any negativity to whatever struggles anybody's going through or whatever. But I do feel comfortable kind of speaking my mind here amongst my friends. So I was going to say personally, man, in my personal opinion, you know, um, even from the very beginning, like early on, I always found it always blew my mind the way Azuki's floor price has been from the jump till, let's say up until pre Monolith 2, when there was no reason for clones to have as much FUD as they did. Like it didn't make any sense to me, because it was just like a cartoon PFP, and there was just nothing, there wasn't a lot more to it. And like Dre was saying earlier, like the utility, like I just didn't see it. Like I just didn't see it. And in my opinion, my honest opinion, Azuki's number one utility has always been its floor price, period. Like that's been the utility, is that the floor price is high. And it's one of those things where, like, just like anything in life, it's like, would you be really paying this much, or would you be rocking Supreme if everybody else didn't say it was cool? Like, do you really think it's cool, or it's just everybody else says it's cool? And so because everybody else says it's cool, then I'm going to jump on the bandwagon of it's cool and say it's cool. And I felt like, honestly, like Beans, like, man, I haven't said a word about Beans out of my mouth or on Twitter or anywhere to anybody. But like, I mean, I just didn't know what they're going to do with these little cartoon beans. I get, you know what I mean? Like just the whole, like how could you guys, I just didn't know I don't know what the excitement's about. I didn't know what the excitement's about, but I tried to basically bite my tongue, because I didn't want to, put out any negative energy towards another project. But I am absolutely, and like even my kids, they're they follow Web3, they know what's going on, and my kids like Azuki because they like the art. The art is dope, and we can't, that's something that I have no argument against. Like the art is dope, but once you get past that, I mean, like I think the hoodies were cool. I mean, like what they did with the rarity of the hoodies. The actual hoodie was really basic, but I thought, it's a decent quality, and what they did with that was kind of cool. That was just something. Well, I don't know. I guess a lot of Web3 companies have dropped hoodies, so I don't know how cool that was actually either. But just man, I'm just shocked. I'm shocked that they put this collection out. That literally, like, I've seen a bunch of people put out additional collections, and nobody's had the balls to just put out the same collection again at double the quantity. And then some of these, in my opinion, some of these Azukis look doper than the original Azukis. You know what I mean? And like, there's no way to actually tell the difference without going to the contract, man. I feel like they would have been better served, obviously, like people were saying, going with any type of companion accessory. But the problem is, like Artifact did that. Artifact was like, okay, we're gonna, instead of dropping another collection, we're gonna drop homes that accessorize your clones and something you can use your clone inside and add to build the universe. And people are like, no, we don't want that extra shit. And it's like, okay, we're gonna add shoes. It's something that you can use to change your clothes, your clone's clothing, so you can change your clone's rarity and change your clone's look and make your clone more unique. Speaking to that, there are some clones that look similar, but if you put on a reptile hat and change your shirt and change this feature, that's going to give you some ability to make your clone stand out and even make it more rare. Like all these things, I feel like enhance the collection and augment the collection, and I don't know, man. Like I just I don't know. I feel like for the most part, like Azuki has dope art. I mean, I think Oniforce has dope art too. I think Karafuru has dope art personally. I think there are a lot of collections that have dope art, but I don't know, what they were thinking. I think just in general, having a collection of 20,000 is really really hard to sustain. Just period, just across the board. Like that's just a lot. And then to have 20,000 that look exactly the same as the original 10,000, like oof, like I don't know. Like I said, I feel like the community is Azuki's utility. And their community is awesome. I feel like the art is Azuki's utility, but not with 30,000 of art that looks the same. That drops the art, in my opinion, a ton. But I just feel like, honestly, in my opinion, what Azuki was awesome because it was worth, 14 ETH, 12 ETH, 7 ETH. If Azukis were worth 3 ETH, 2 ETH, 1.8 ETH like clones, people would be crapping all over them the exact same way, in my opinion. I think just like when you get into a turn lane, bro, and there's literally 1,000 people in the turn lane on the right and 0 people on the turn lane on the left. Or I go to Disneyland and there's two lanes to get in line, and there's 1 billion people on one side and nobody on the other. It's just because everybody just follows the person in front of them, and they just follow. Like there's just so many followers in this world. And so like that's my little 2 cents on them. But I'm still trying to wrap my brain around like what they could like. It's just it. I'm and sorry, I know I've been making up for my long time being gone with my long ass monologue. But I was just trying to think. I can't remember another um project doing this, like putting out more of the same collection essentially. Like, like mutant apes, I guess maybe, but you had the fun ability to mutate themselves, and then you saw the way the traits change, and that was all really cool. Like I thought that was awesome. There was like I liked what they did with mutant ape. I thought it was interesting, and I think the mutants are ugly, but I really liked what they did with the concept of evolving them, and you can get different vials and trying to get this one and see what you're gonna get. And the megas, all the megas are sick. But like I can't think of another project that's put out a second project that looks even very similar to the first. So I don't know.
Oh, I can give you one, but the reason why you never heard of it is because it didn't do well. And that's look up Metazor and Metazor Punks.
World of Women Galaxy.
Oh
okay,
yeah, that's another one.
I suppose, yeah, World of Women Galaxy, and that was terrible too. I bought my wife a World of Women Galaxy, but at least like they all had green skin and like looked alien and like looked weird. They looked worse than the original collection. But you're right. I guess, yeah, and that was also kind of that there has been no. I don't think anybody has said a good word about World of Women Galaxy anywhere. So yeah, that's fair though.
Snap. I gave my take earlier, dude, but I fully believe that the collection should look very distinguishably be different. They should be very different. You should be able to identify an OG clone from anything else in the collection. Like Animus looks very different. They can build their own personalities around Animus. Community will form around Animus. Yeah, they could have done a lot of things. They could have turned the face and done half turns and like changed the color schemes but just the clothing and keeping the same shading and color schemes the same direction. It's way too close. That was my take earlier. I would be upset. I understand why they are upset because I would be upset as a clone holder if anything like that happened to me. I would be so mad. Nah, I could get over it. No, I know I'm just playing, bro. Well, welcome back, Snap. Appreciate your take. I was I didn't know what you were gonna say because I remember you specifically had a thread out where you had felt like Azuki PFP specifically were fudding the shit out of clones, and you put a thread out like concerning like, yo, what's up with me seeing so much of this on the timeline? But I think that yours, like, your take tonight. It was super level headed. I want to just tell everybody that it shows a lot to be the bigger man in a situation like this. Like, it's so easy, anybody could go to the timeline and just start fudding, but going out and being the bigger man is actually way more respectable. Dre jumped on Spaces earlier this morning, and they're all in the dumps, bro. Their vibes were down, and Dre brought some vibes to their space. So maybe the people that you were having issues fudding with, Snap, that you noticed fudding, maybe they'll see, not receive the same energy and maybe learn a lesson and go, oh shit, nobody's really like being hard on us. I didn't see no clones on the timeline really shitting on us. So maybe a lesson gets learned, you know. I think it's just important to just be fucking positive for all projects. People are gonna have their ups and downs. Don't get on your fucking high horse. As soon as you're euphoria and you're feeling on top of the world and you're on your fucking high horse, it can happen, bro. So like, that's what, stay humble. Stay fucking humble out here, man. The like, we've seen it, bro. We clones were on our high horse. We're touching 22 ETH, pushing 24 ETH. Like, I'm snowboarding in the mountains, checking my open sea, feeling like the smartest trader in the fucking world, dude. On the high horse, clones are getting cocky, and you see what can happen. I've seen apes getting super like cocky, munes. I've seen cocky. I've seen every project at some point like be on their high horse and get cocky and get humbled, bro. I've seen every project so far get fucking humbled, and I'm a part of a lot of the projects too. Um, so I think it's important to just stay humble and don't ever think that just because your fucking little PFP is more expensive than the guy next to you, that you're better than that person. And that goes to everything in life. The car you drive, the clothes you wear, you ain't better than nobody in this fucking world. Everybody is human, and respect and treat everybody as if you're equal.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Compound wise words for sure. And at the end of the day, man, the thing is, number one, I'm a big proponent of like it doesn't make me feel good to make other people feel bad, period. Like, whatever the situation may be, like if somebody's going through a hard time, telling like shitting, like that doesn't make me feel any better. That make me feel crappy. Like, I feel bad for them equally. Like, I want the best for everybody, and especially everybody in Web3. Like, we're all family, man. A rising tide lifts all boats, and I really believe that, like, across the board with Web3, like especially the struggles we're going through now. Like, we need each other to be successful. We need people to be unique and to be innovative and to be successful and to be supportive of each other. Like, it's like two, it's like when you live in a little neighborhood, I'm just going to speak like me. You got a neighborhood where let's say you live in a city, and there's a whole bunch, you're a minority, and then the small group of minorities you're in are fighting with each other. It's like, bro, we got to, like, there's only a couple of us. Like, we got to get along and like work together and support each other and like lift each other up. And so, like, yeah, man, like I don't, like, I definitely don't want to, I definitely, if anything, I want to, I want to personally be optimistic that Azuki has a plan and they know what they're doing. I definitely don't think it was a cash grab, I mean, I think that they were trying to do what they, a lot of people go. If you look at a lot of companies, it's if it's not broke, don't fix it. Look at sequels to movies. When you make a sequel that's totally different than the original one, people lose their mind. If you make a sequel that's almost exactly the same but just a new version of the same story, is generally successful. And that goes for like a lot of things. Clothing, look at Nikes, bro. Look at Air Force Ones, look at whatever, look at Jordans. Look, it's like, okay, when you come out with some crazy new stuff, a lot of people crap on it. You come out with just kind of a slightly updated version of what was already working. That works in a lot of places. And I think that the team meant the best. I don't think, I think the team has the best intentions. I'm sure they have a big master plan. I don't personally agree with it, but like I said, I think a lot of my reservations came from the fact that everybody, there was kind of this like, Azuki is just different. They're built different. They're this different, and I never saw like that they were that different. They're just, they're a cool PFP collection with great art and a great community. But they're doing out here with and it will never make any sense to me ever in a billion years how projects like Karafuru and Stapleverse are just doing so bad and get crapped on so much, and their floor price is so low, and then projects like Azuki are doing so great, not because one's better than the other, but because they're so similar. Like they're all working to build their communities, to connect with other brands, to introduce new airdrops, to add accessories. To like, I don't see like that much of a difference. But yeah, man, I agree 1,000,000%. And I'll probably you have motivated me, sir, to when I do decide to make whatever comment I'm gonna make, it will certainly be on the side of uplifting my Azuki brethren and letting them know that this too shall pass and there are good times ahead for sure. It's a bump in the road.
Yeah.
Shadow, what you got for us, bro?
Yeah, man, I was just gonna say I think this whole duplicate thing's starting to catch on. It seems like this is the only one, so that's good. I guess there's still more to be revealed, but I think I'm just gonna wait to just see what happens next. I mean, okay, let's play devil's advocate. Uh, I guess here, if they come out tomorrow and say, "Hey guys, this was not the reception we wanted. We're going to, go back to the workshop and we're going to, spice these up or something like that," right? Uh, how do we think that would be responded as a positive or as like a negative? Like,
I don't.
Ooh, that's a hard one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how. Because if you want to address the main concern that there is, you would almost need to scrap half of the collection. Well, half of what's revealed right now. So maybe a quarter of the collection you would need to scrap, right? So now, do you scrap them out and then? But if you decide to do that, the people that own them, like how do you work through that? So I don't think it's a go back to the drawing board moment. I think it's a how do you tie it together moment and like telling that story. Now, if they even if they spice them up, right? Like what are you gonna do? Like if you're gonna throw some lightning and different things in the background, like you can't really change. I mean, you could change the main characters, but that's a lot of work. So either way, that transition in between period is gonna take some time, right? So do you use that time to rework what you already put out, or do you put the effort into building up and taking into account like the what the community is telling you and incorporate that into the vision moving forward that you haven't quite revealed yet? So I don't know. I
hey,
I guess I'm yeah.
what if simple? What if it's just a simple? We understand the concerns of our OGs or Zuki holders, frustrated with how comparable and how hard it is to tell the difference between the two. So we've made the decision to flip the elementals the other way. So everything.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. I think honestly that would be such a simple thing to do. I think it would work, and it probably should address the whole like, oh, it's hard to tell them apart. It was like, no, okay, Azuki are looking what is it, right? And then or looking left, and then elementals are looking right, and that hopefully makes everybody happy.
We're
I
done with
would,
the trouble.
but at the same time, it's like it would be an easy fix, but I don't. We'll see. I think it's one of those things that we just have to like. It's day one. Like we haven't even done 24 hours since reveal yet. So
Sorry for that interruption. I was uploading our next YouTube video and I accidentally unclicked my mic. And every time I tried to not unclick my mic, I pressed play on YouTube at the exact same time multiple times. Anyways, I was just
So
gonna say, sorry. Go ahead, Compound.
I just gotta apologize to you, Snap. You had said something earlier and my headphones rugged, and I just like called on Shadow because I didn't hear like the ending part of it. I wasn't ignoring what you said. I just like my headphones got rugged, bro. And I was
Oh
like sitting here
no,
like I feel like Snap just said something and it was important, but I called on Shadow, but I didn't hear him. So I hope everybody
no,
else
not at
heard you.
all. Yeah, no,
I hope.
I don't know. I don't know if I rug. I'm the king of rugging, and I got my Apple my Apple AirPod Maxes on, which have never been good to me on Spaces. So, but no, I didn't feel like that at all. I felt like I was responding kind of to what you said, but I didn't feel that you had skipped over or didn't respond at all. I just was going to say, as far as like what Shadow was saying, that that I don't think. Well, number one, they're definitely not going to come out and say like we're going to make a decision this quick, because that would be like a knee jerk reaction, and people probably would frown upon that. But I personally think flipping the PFP is a great idea and not that hard. But I think more importantly, the most important thing they could do is, number one, is come out and just acknowledge the community's feelings, acknowledge that they're listening, acknowledge that they're reevaluating what they think would be the best step for everybody, make people feel heard and understood. But part two, in my opinion, the biggest thing they need to announce, and I know it's hard to say as as a clone, but I think they need to explain what the heck is the difference. Like that clearly there's a difference. What is the difference? Like if the difference is these Azuki have elemental powers, well, I mean, the first Azukis, some of them had elemental powers, and I'd rather have something with elemental powers than not. So like, what makes original Azukis better? How do these fit into the ecosystem? What is the difference between elemental and an original? And the thing about it is, though, Beans dropped how long ago, and we know nothing about Beans. They said Beans are going to be their cute mascot, and I guess whatever. But I think if they clarified, I think if they made the team feel heard and they clarified where these things fit in the ecosystem, what differentiates them, and how they all relate together, that would go the furthest towards quieting the FUD. But my wife just walked in with some fresh in and out for your boy. I hopped in here. She walked out the door, so I snuck in the office real quick and hopped on Spaces. I just heard her, so it sounds like she's back. So I'm probably gonna have to duck out. But once again, I missed you guys and gals. Happy to see some old faces. Happy to see some new faces. And hopefully I'll be able to pop in here soon again.
Great talking to you, Snap. Let me know about coming down here to San Diego, bro.
Yeah, I was just telling her it would just be nice to, for her and I just to spend some time with adult friends and doing adult things and just hanging out with, you and Shauna and spending some time and all that good stuff. So trying to make it work.
Yeah, the compound always has room. We got a trailer here. We got some couches for the single people. No, I have an office. I'm trying to build into a little room that I've been talking about for months. I haven't done that yet, so don't quote me. I'm just playing. But yeah,
No, for sure.
anybody's
It
always
would be a
welcome,
fun
man.
time. It'd be a fun time, and I'm trying to make it happen. So I'll definitely shoot you a text and let you know.
All right, bro.
All
Good
right, y'all
talking
be
to you,
easy.
man.
Yep. Peace.
Peace.
Well, guys, it's been a day. I will
It's been
say.
a long one.
I had to take my brother to the hospital today, and he was just getting a cortisone shot in his back, but I sat in the car just deep into Spaces all over, like reading the timeline. I'll tell you what, when the timeline and everything's so active and I'm not getting to mint something or I'm not getting to do anything, it's a whole different experience. Like when the Ramoa claim was happening, I didn't get to do nothing. When everybody was minting and revealing, I didn't get to do nothing today. It's a different experience. You know, it's interesting to be so plugged in like we are over things that we didn't even mint, right? I think it's because we kind of care about the space in general, and these kind of things affect the space. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of things being moved. It's a lot of people. We just met all these people. The hardest thing was, I think, is that I just got to meet all these people, and nearly everybody I hung out with in real life got absolutely shafted on this mint. Like we just hung out with them. They didn't get to mint at all. Plus Tevi didn't get to mint, and after seeing how seriously they were about their community, how passionate they were about like their friends and people in the community, not getting to mint something they were looking forward to, you could see it was hard on them. And I was trying to think why not just get on secondary? Why not just wait? But to some people, it's important for them to have that null address to mint on their OpenSea Pro, like on their provenance on their Etherscan, having your wallet be the mint wallet and that specific NFT sitting in your wallet. That's important to a lot of people. I was trying to give people advice like, no, just grab on secondary, but then I kind of had to step back and kind of realize that that's not the end all be all. Some people actually prefer to have the mint experience and having be the first owner of that token, or being able to reveal too. So I was talking to Tevi and he shed that light on me. He's like, I didn't
Yeah, I
care about secondary. I wanted to reveal, like I wanted to be a part of
100%.
that experience. So I appreciate you for shedding light on that for me, Tevi.
Yeah, that was important to me, and so that honestly, that's why I was salty. And I know you guys, a few of you heard me, but that's why I was a little salty earlier today. Is because I mean I went out of my way to get the bean, right, to try to get the access so I could experience that. And and I'm like, even if I don't get, it would have been awesome to pull. Like I said, I was going for lightning, hopefully a tiger, something like that. But I wanted to mint and experience that, and that didn't work out. And then I was like, man, it's gonna get away from me, right? And I won't even, like, now that I'm actually truly interested in Azuki, I can't even get in. So there's but I'll be honest, like, seeing, initially I felt some type of way, but then I started looking around and like realizing that a lot, like Comp said, like a lot of people few people that actually know, like, that we talk to here, didn't even get to mint. And those are people that were in that community for a long time. So it's like, and that have been, I would say Ilan, for me specifically, is someone who, has been in here with us like forever. Like, and he's one of the reasons why I even started looking at Azuki again, because I kind of had crossed him up. Like, I always liked the art, but I kind of had crossed it off. I'm like, you know what, whatever, and beans just wasn't my cup of tea. Um, and to hear that he didn't get to mint at all, and I reached out to him right in the DMs, and we were talking pre-mint. I was like, hey man, like, blah blah blah, and he's like, yeah, he's like, I'm gonna try to max mint all these things, and to hear that he couldn't even get what he wanted to get. And it's easy, and I had to check myself, again, being fully transparent. I had to check myself, because initially I was like, and I think I even said it earlier in the space today, I was like, oh yeah, I mean, I still get the one airdrop to them, right? But that's not the point. The point is, some people were super passionate about this, wanted to get more, should have been able to get more, and couldn't even do it. And then the people who ended up getting more, like, their expectations and what they were hoping for was completely out of left field. So it's, and then, like I said, I have to check myself, right? Because it's easy to only focus on yourself and what you're hoping for. And in finding, and I know I'm guilty of that, where I will find solace in, I will look at the silver lining and almost sometimes not be as empathetic to other people and what really matters to them. So I see why people are hurt. I see what they're feeling the way they're feeling, and it kind of sucks. And that's where I'm like, I go back to, I do have to go back to, I hope that tomorrow, the core team, Azuki, like Zag and those folks, come out and provide the why, right? And say, like, what's going on. But I'm sure everybody's going to process things differently, and they'll come out on the other side. Some people do it quick. I tend to be one of them. Other people take longer, but I think ultimately they'll bounce back, and we'll all get more information, and it will make sense. It's just a matter of processing through it.
Yo, be honest with us though, Tevi. Did
Yeah.
you did you get massive FOMO? Like, did your FOMO bug hit you today?
No,
'Cause you didn't
no,
have no FOMO.
no. Like, and so
Dre, what is he serious right now? There ain't no
yeah,
way.
yeah, no. Like real talk. The
There ain't no
reason.
way.
Listen. Real talk. That trailer, like, for a while, like, I've been listening to Ellen. I've been kind of doing a little bit. But when I saw the trailer, I finally, like, because I've been asking the same question that, a few people, like, brought up. I never understood, and if you go back to some of the spaces and you recall, I never understood why Azuki was so high up there when they weren't putting out nearly as much as clones and maybe even other projects, right? but I've always appreciated and respected the fact that no matter what, like that community was super strong. And the only thing I could tie it back to is that you either have people who truly love the art to the fullest, or you have a lot of traders who numbers goes up, and that's why they're there, right? But for me, I'm like, I like the art, but I'm not paying 10, 15 ETH for this stuff. Like, it's not like there's no utility there for me, so I'm not doing it. And this, like, the price point and what I think they're gonna do with elementals and moving forward with this ecosystem, like that trailer made it hit for me. Where I'm like, you know what? I want to get in here. I think the price is reasonable, and I'm gonna write it out. Like, I'm okay with it. But it definitely wasn't like
One of the
like a
biggest
FOMO thing. Yeah.
one of the biggest critiques of the trailer, though, because it looked, the characters on there looked way different than what was. Like, I watched the trailer live, through a reflection in a glass, of course, because we didn't have an TV screen in our damn in the spot that we had. But the characters
Yeah.
look nothing like what was in the trailer, and that was actually part of the fun today. But I want to get to Shadow. We've been like, I monologue over him like so many times tonight.
Yeah.
Shadow, what's up, bro?
No, man. Look, and I had some people messaging me earlier in the space, in the town hall, when what was it? When I forgot who it was, but I think it was Cass, said that we'll go to Shadow last, clones first. And they were like, yo, how they gonna pass you up? You had your hand up. I said, no, bro. I said, that's how this shit's supposed to work. These motherfuckers are a part of the community. I appreciate you guys saying I am a part of the community. That's why I've been feeling more and more comfortable jumping on stage. But like, not as like a nobody's allowed, but I like seeing that type of stuff where it's like, hey, even during the Azuki's space that went on forever, they were like, yo, man, you got a Azuki, you stay. We'll rotate some of these other guests. You know what I mean? So I'm cool with that. I don't like interrupting you guys, because you guys, like, I'm a guest right now. I'm trying to get my clone. If Angels would please just floor it, god dang it, man. But
Shadow.
but no, what I want to say. Oh, go ahead.
As a Spaces host, though, I can almost guarantee Cass wanted to go to you last because you're very well spoken and you ask good questions, and it ends the space really well. It had nothing to do with you not owning a clone, bro. Like, I would want to end the space on you too, because you're well spoken and you ask good questions. It's like a good cap off of the space. But
Agreed.
Yeah, I was
that's
gonna
why
say.
he went to you last, bro.
Yeah, I had to jump up. I'm eating dinner right now, but I had to clarify that one of the things I like doing is just giving like the last word to someone usually, and that's supposed to be an honor, not a you Rosa Parks or something something at the back of the bus. Is really just like hey, I like Compound said more eloquently, you a dope person, and I like the way you talk, and so I'm just glad you hang out with us. That was all.
Well, I appreciate that. I guess I did have it wrong. But either way, even if it was that way, I don't find any disrespect or anything like that. I do believe in, being a guest, getting familiar with people, building those bonds, and then you're part of the family. There's steps to these things. But getting to what had my hand up about, I wanted to point out, we were talking about Ilan, bro. That clone up top, see, this is what makes me flip flop. That clone up top that he sniped, that's sick. Okay. I've seen some other like modern kind of, I call it modern because although there are let's say the humans that look a little, it's really I don't know the terminology yet, so I'll just say the humans. It's really the basic ones that closely resemble the Azuki line. But anything that has like the new traits, like they look amazing. Like that up top, that looks amazing, right? I don't know what tier that is. I don't know if that's a tier 3 or 4 or how their tier stuff works, but I've been seeing clones like that. I don't want to call them kids, but I guess that's the term. The kids or the teens or the young, like the young elementals, those are really cool. The animals are really cool. I truly only believe The only issue is just the basic ones, right? If there was maybe just something a little bit different about just that small bit, I feel like all of this would have never even happened. But I'm not gonna sit up here and say like the whole collection is just trash or whatever, they completely messed up. Because no, there's some fire like up top. And I've been scrolling as we've been talking. There are some traits. I am more falling into the earth category. I'm liking the earth. But yeah, man, like they do have some fire in their collection. I really want them to succeed, and I really want them to just get some answers, and then we just keep it moving. But I wanted to ask a question to the room. Has there ever really been a project that kind of like got announced and then within less of a week they minted and revealed? Is that normal, or is that because I don't, that's not normal, right?
No, it's the fastest announcement mint to mint that I've seen in a while. They usually have some time in between mint and reveal.
Yeah, 'cause I
Um,
was expecting mint. Like when I heard about the mint, I was like, okay, cool. But normally, I was told by someone who works on projects that during the minting process, that point is when you make sure everything's good. You run the scripts. You make sure like all the stuff is clear. But I heard people were able to somehow, some way use Ethereum scan to Ether scan to check like what tier seed they have. So even if I do finish my clone journey and I want to pick up a bean, is there already a way to tell on Etherscan which beans are good and which ones aren't? Because if so, that kind of takes
so
eyes.
one I did see. One I saw that, yeah, Etherscan, but I saw them able to check the Azuki profiles on their sorry, sorry, I'm talking to Shauna. They were able to check their Azuki profiles on the Azuki website, and they got certain badges for specific traits. You get like badges for traits. So when their badges got updated, they could kind of see what new traits they had in their wallet, so they could kind of get an idea of the type of traits. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a badge system,
Got
and they got badges added to their profiles without revealing their beans, so they were able to kind of guess that they had, whether if they had rare beans or not, by the trait badges that got added to the profile. I don't know to the extent though. I'd probably ask Ellen. He is actually the one I saw post about that. But then you could check Etherscan to check your tiers. Yes, the tier that you had, because it metadata wasn't updating on OpenSea. So kind of two ways to maybe narrow it down.
because I'm a little, and the reason why I say that is because I am a little bit afraid of like, not that I'm going to be buying one anytime soon, but like in the future, if I buy one, even if they do patch it, people already know if their bean is rare or not rare. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. That's interesting. Um, but yeah, it'll be all right. We'll just see what this update's about. It's very surprising though, man. This whole event was like, I'm with Dre Millie. Like it's crazy to go from what Azuki people were saying was like the best event like ever, right? And I was happy for him, and I was happy for all the CloneX people that met up for the first time, and it was a really great time. And then you just kind of turn around and it's like boom. So yeah, it's very interesting, man. But I'm glad Ellen was able to at least pick up some fire. That's a really good one.
It feels hella like, and I don't even want to say this because it's kind of sound bad, but it feel hella like rug pulley or gaslighty. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, come to, like that's what I'm saying, with no communication of them saying like, oh shit, this is what this is what this is about. Don't trip, don't fret, still have a good time. Like no updates as of yet. It feels hella gaslighty. I keep seeing gaslighty ain't even a word. I guess I'm making that up. Let's run with that. But I keep seeing people talk about how, oh, did Azuki put $1 million into this event in order to make $40 million on the mint? right? Like, did they gas people up with all of this? Come through, get drunk, put them on a 3-day bender, and then send them out to hurry up and boost the mint up and make 40 mil. Like, and it's hard. Like I said before, trust is a major factor that has to be accountable in this situation, and a lot of it is missing at this point. And this is me speaking from the outside in because I'm not a part of the ecosystem, but just going off of the tweets that I'm reading and the people that I am speaking to who are part of the ecosystem are saying that, like, damn, did they just rug us or did they, you know what I mean? So it's just a question to ask, man, because it was so extreme, such extreme highs and then like extreme lows. Like, damn, it's crazy. But yeah.
I just felt I heard I had talked to a couple people that had flights on late Monday, early Tuesday kind of deal, and they felt rushed. Like, I think that they could have easily given it more time and still rode the hype, right? Because it was Tuesday, it seems like, all right, let's give them Monday to get home, and then Tuesday we'll mint. It's still not enough time. It almost feels like forcefully rushed, and a lot of people felt that way. There were people trying to mint on the airplanes or in the airport. They hadn't even made it all the way home yet to get their ledgers and shit, which is just like almost a recipe for. I hope nobody got scammed. There was a bunch of scam Azuki pages out there, but it's a recipe for disaster when you rush degens who are fueled with FOMO, bro. Coming out of Vegas, full of FOMO, uh, still drunk. They're gonna make some mistakes, and I don't know. I think it could have given at least a week to kind of get settled, get some ETH transferred, and I feel like they still would have had similar sellout results and not have felt so rushed. But we're way past that point now. Like, that's not even a talking point anymore. Anya, what's up?
Hey, sorry, I wanted to jump back in. I've been tackling so many projects today. So yeah, I agree with you, Comp. It was like pretty disheartening to like meet this community for the first time and then like have them all like be going through this. But like again, just to reiterate, like it's good that we're like being supportive and like being like the collectively being a community that's just known for like, it's all right, guys, like we all go through down bads, like it's gonna be okay, like and I there's another point that I wanted to get to. The sorry, maybe it'll come back to me, but
Vegas got you still in Vegas right now.
no, I had
yeah, mint
no.
Tuesday. Look,
no. I was gonna say, like, when we had talked to everybody, when we had talked to everybody there, they had said like, oh yeah, like, everything's gonna start on the 27th, like after they had done like the whole reveal at Hakkasan and like, the trailer came out and everything like that. And like we had talked to some people, like generally it seemed like people were like, cool, like they're not gonna reveal more details until the 27th. That's when like the public mint will be, and then more details started coming out. And I think at first, like, people thought like, well, that'll be enough time. However, because I think the team had like pre-planned that and that didn't give them like a forewarning of like, oh yeah, like the 27th is like when everything's gonna kind of go down and like happen. It seemed like I wanted to say that, like, I think we've been there. And so I feel that where we thought like it was going to be enough time. And then it was like, oh, this isn't going to be enough time. And then we'd have to like give more time. And so that they like kind of pushed it through and just like bit the bullet. And we're like, we're just going to make it happen. Like, we know that there's some people that are going to be like scrambling in the airport trying to like make it work. Like, I wish that the team would have like been able to be reflective enough for what was happening to say like, oh, we didn't give enough time. Like, we should push it back, or we should like give it another 24 hours, give it or 48 or 72, and then we can like do the public and give people time to like access their stuff. Because like, I don't know how many people there were. I know personally, I don't know if can you hear me still?
It just said on my
Yes.
end. Okay, I
Yep.
just want to make sure. I got a little flag that said that my connection was lost. I didn't bring my ledger with me. Like I was not about to do any kind of trading or like swapping or like buying with my stuff. Like I'm like such a safety net when it comes to that stuff. And so if they were gonna like do anything on the trip, like that was gonna be a no-no. And so like I feel for anybody who was in the similar situation in Azuki and was like, what the frick am I gonna do? I don't even get home until the 28th or the 27th, or I'm gonna be in the middle of traveling. So, you know, I hope that they'll be reflective enough and to say like, yeah, we should have done like a pushback of timeline or something, so that it wasn't that like rushed feeling of like, well, you better get it done because this is a hard deadline. Like you've got to do it all right now. I wish that we would have given more grace like to the timeline that they established, if that makes sense.
No, it does. I even talked to Dre. I was like, "Yo, this is way too rushed. People aren't even gonna be home yet." Do you guys think it would have went differently if the more art was revealed? I think the only reveal that there was the trailer, and
Yes.
it's almost not. It almost what like didn't do it justice for what the reveal was. The trailer looked different, to my opinion, but
That's
Oh,
the
for the fact there
questions though.
teasers,
I
there
just
were no teasers at the event either. Like I don't remember seeing
no,
any teasers.
It
there
was
weren't
it, just the
there.
animation.
It was just the animation, and it didn't really give way to anything that actually came out. And the other thing I was going to say that I forgot was a lot of people haven't woken up yet. Like on the other side of the world, this could be a whole different ballgame when we wake up. So like I definitely like I feel for people who are going to be like just now like getting up, reading, catching up on the timeline, and then like getting into all this, and they're like, what the hell like
Oh,
has
Jace,
happened?
Jace. Oh shit.
Yeah, and Jace was
As
talking about his banging his off when he was 18. He definitely gone. Damn,
I
bro.
told Jace to take profits at 18, bro, and he
Yeah.
can confirm. Um,
Yeah.
but
But that's what I'm saying. Even more so, like, why the rush, right? Why so many complications? Why so many flags? And of course, it could just be coincidences, just a string of events, right? And I'm not trying to point the finger or lead to anything. I'm just asking these questions to myself out loud. It just, to me, is like, all right, bro, update us with something, man. Like, cause it's feeling too nasty out here.
Well, Dre, I know what you're saying. You don't want to attach anything malicious to it. But one thing we can agree on is that Zuki does a very good job of following the NFT Bible. And the NFT Bible isn't always like, the best thing for the consumer in the long run, but they get the job done. They sell out. They had the event, which is cracking. They keep the hype going. You get the trailer, keep the hype going, looks great. And yeah, there's marketing tactics and there's sales tactics in there. They're a business. So like they executed in a lot of regards. And then to defend Azuki, just like any other mint, the consumer is always going to expect a financial return. Okay, so I'll defend Azuki. That's just not how it works out in this industry, especially not in the short term. But as far as like the trailer not, meeting some of the newer products art and whatnot, yeah, that's where it gets a little tricky. But they know what they're doing. It's like they sold out. So that's just something I want to comment on.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
oh,
agree with that. And I just pinned at the top the first bit of communication that just came out. So there's that. You guys can read it. But they've been listening, right? Like to everybody in, and they're getting after it. So we'll know soon
oh,
enough.
he said later tonight. Wow, that's okay.
There you go.
Well, again, they're going to play their cards right. It's Suzuki,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? They're very good at playing the NFT Bible.
Hey, I will say this, man. I don't know how I feel about this because I'm actually looking at it right now. Because I'm like, I just told my friend group who were like, man, I'm gonna pick up a bean. This is a steal. And I'm like, hey, man, like, do some research on this whole like people being able to see their beans, because you might be just buying like a floor one that will eventually be a floor. Because if you look at the bean sales, there's some sales of beans that's like 29,000, 9,000, like, so people are either doing research on the back end and they're like, oh, this is a better rarity bean, so they're paying for that extra. Here's another 9,000. So even though the bean is quote unquote not revealed, there's not really I just don't know how I feel about that, because that's kind of like, you're kind of buying a random shot at, I guess, a tier. So maybe that's not too bad if you think about it like that, but I'm just trying to, and they're asking me like, what do you mean? I was like, there's a way that people can tell if it's going to be a high rarity or not. So they just be careful, I guess, if you're wanting to jump into an elemental being that's unrevealed. Yeah, there's another 9,000. I guess the good ones are going for like 9,000, and then like the tier ones or tier fours are going for 30,000, 27 to 30,000. So there's definitely different sales prices for these elemental beings, even though they're unrevealed. So just be careful.
Shadow raises his hand after talking, so do I call on Shadow again? Hey, Shadow, go ahead.
No, I was.
I'm messing with you, bro.
Yeah, it's because what I do is I raise my hand while my mic is open, and when you do that, the hand just stays up no matter what you do until you mute yourself and then talk again.
Oh
wow,
you figured out how to finesse the system. That is impressive.
Hey man, we do hands up. So the system is different because we do a system where we raise our hands and talk. But the system is, when you're about to talk, you look and see whose hands are up, then you put your hands up, and then whenever somebody else put their hands up, that person's after you. So then what happens is you have somebody that talks, and then you call the next person who's next. Because we've been doing the spaces shit for like 2 years now. Bro, we had some people, and it might be me for this community. We had some people, I kid you not, they came on stage and they talked for 15 minutes. So yeah, man. We had to figure out a system so everybody can get their thoughts out. But no, you are good though. You're good.
No, we monologue too. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm adding on to what Shadow was saying, because there's always little quirks within contracts, and I don't know shit about contracts, so I can't help anyone else out with beans. But I'm sure there's some smart people that can, if you're trying to snipe. And I know Cigar, right? He's the one that handles that for Azuki, and he's like, a genius in his own respect. And that's what's kind of cool about this, because it's like things go wrong in Minsk with contracts, but it seems like the devs just keep getting better and better and tightening things up. So I'm sure a lot of people got better today, not just, Azuki, which is good as a whole. Like there's good that's going to come out of all of this.
Yeah, and I think honestly, like once they provide an explanation, I think sentiment is going to shift around this, because then people are going to start focusing on, all right, this is the collection. What are we really looking at? And if you take the time to really look at the collection itself, like it actually looks really good. Like, and so once you get back to that, then the next question is, okay, what do they do? And I think as long as they answer that, you're gonna see sentiment shift. It's gonna be like a 180, and so. I think right now it's like people, like the unexpected. People are shocked. They're a little upset. The floor price dropped by 50%. That's a hard pill to swallow. And like a few people actually said, and like I said, I really appreciated that. Like I like when people are honest about what they're in the ecosystem for. They're like, look, I wanted to reveal, like I was hoping for a rare, and if I had gotten a rare, I wouldn't even care right now. But that wasn't the case. Like, so I think once you get past that initial shock, which I think people are working through right now, and they get some answers, tomorrow's a new day. It's gonna be, they'll have a little bit more information, or maybe a lot more. We don't know. We'll find out, and then people's conviction will solidify. They'll either know, yep, this makes sense to me, or it'll be like, no, I don't like it, and they'll adjust accordingly. It's just that weird in between. Um, that's where we are right now. I mean, this clones have been there, so maybe you know kind of already know what it is. But people are coming around, and the simple fact that you're seeing people starting to buy up, the things that they're interested in, should tell you something. So,
Yo, I just want to take a second to give the Artifact team a shout out. You know what I mean? They were a perfect case study for these kind of situations on how to handle them. They walked so every other project out here could run in a situation like this. How do we? I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just trying to make light of it. Shout out to the
that was
Artifact
good
team
timing.
dealing
That
with
was
some
good
shit,
timing.
man. They walked so everybody else could run in hard times.
Hey, and that's what like I was telling my wife. I was like, you know what? I said, you want to know why I feel extra bullish about this community? Because they fucked up. They fucked up, and now they have something to prove. And there's one thing that I love is being a part of a team or an underdog or whatever that has some shit to prove. I guarantee you, the next drop, whether if it's Animus or Monolith X, whatever they end up doing, Artifact's going to triple check, double check. They're going to make sure that it's jam packed with things that will make us just go crazy. And I know the feeling when you fuck up and you really got to make sure you land the next one. When it comes to just work life, when it comes to just you can apply that to anything. But I would rather take the bet on a company that has made a mistake than one that has not made a mistake. As long as they have a proven track record and a want to do better, then yeah, my money's always gonna be on that horse than any other horse. It's all about what you do next.
If any other community managers want to hit up my boy Cass, he is extremely skilled at hosting really hard spaces at really hard times. Hit him up. He he held it down for us during the Monolith situation. Even had an angry Dre Mill up there demanding free shoes at the time.
Oh, don't do
I remember that.
Cass is the legend.
No way. No. I was asking the hard questions because these are the things that people was asking. Like, yo, how come we not getting this? And I was like, fuck it, I'll ask.
Getting Jordans.
Why we can't get the shoes for free? I was like, yo, the only one way to find out. You gotta ask, right?
If Dem
Yeah,
hears
we
this, hit
getting
up Cass, man.
Jordans.
He's got you.
That
Hey
was
Dre,
funny.
you'd be proud of me. I had Jordans today.
I saw it, man. Congratulations. I give you a 2, 3, 4 clap, clappity over here. Congratulations, man.
Appreciate that.
Those are nice too, for real. I like those.
Yeah, they feel really nice. That's I'm really happy with those. It's been a good
Jordan.
day. I got an egg too earlier. So man,
Damn.
it's been a good day. It's been a good day.
Tammy.
Oh, Tevi's the FOMO master, bro. I'm telling you.
Nah, this
New
is not
clone,
you don't understand. Like this
lot
is
of
all
beans.
pre-planned. Like while everybody is like focused on whatever, like I'm thinking, like I'm planning stuff out. Like I don't really act out of FOMO these days. Like
He said these days. It's been one day. Congratulations, Tammy.
Trey, baby. Why you gotta do me like that?
I'm keeping it real, man. Same thing with me asking about them shoes for free. Keeping it real.
Oh man. You feel me?
85% of these people in this space are going to end up in Gambling Anonymous in 10 years, bro. We're all gonna be there in meetings together talking about our gambling experiences over mints.
It's so wild, man.
Getting some help.
It's so wild. But yo, I just got this in my email from the Sims, and I saw that it was EA, and I forgot that the Sims were EA. So does that mean that we'll find .swoosh Air Force Ones on the Sims? Because .swoosh has the EA partnership, right? So it wouldn't just be Madden or no longer FIFA. I forgot what they called it now. It's no longer FIFA, but
I didn't know EA owned The Sims.
I see until I checked my email. I forgot all about that too. So
Yo, I'll be in The
possibility
Sims.
of seeing it.
I'll be
You know what I
kicking
mean?
Nikes in the Sims, bro. I'm down.
You know what I mean? Crazy stuff. But yeah, I got to get in the shower, so I probably won't be answering any replies
It's all right.
anytime soon.
I'm gonna say hi to Rose Jade, and then we're gonna play rock paper scissors till I rug the space. No, I'm just playing. What's up, Rose?
Oh, fun. I caught the last bit of it. That's, I've just been listening in and trying to get a sense of like how had happened. And I think the Azuki mint and reveal and all that. And I think ultimately it's the art. I think for projects, it's all about curation. Like you have your artists and your teams of artists. I think in the end, it's like, what are you curating for? Um, and we just went through that with the Genesis project. So I'm coming fresh out of like staring at art all day to curate for stuff. But I think for Azuki and then now with also with Artifact, I think it's all about in the end, how does it connect to the story and the lore? And it's just so hard when it's disparate, you don't get the full lore or just so little piece, so little of the lore that it's hard to put it all together. But I don't know. I think for this, I'm like, I didn't FOMO in. Love the discussion. I think just the observation of what had gone down and how we can improve from it, which was pretty cool. But I think in the end, it's all about the art, hopefully, and like how much we can leverage it and use it. But also about, I would say, curation by the project team for the certain purpose. So thanks, Tebby, for sharing that post about the update they're gonna, I guess, share. Is it tonight? Which is good because I think responsiveness and timely responsiveness is what people expect out of a top tier project overall. But yeah, I'm really curious just to follow with popcorn and see what's going on.
Same, Rose.
We miss you, Rose. We miss you.
Yeah, we miss your takes.
Oh,
We were talking earlier, and it seems kind of crazy or like far fetched to think that like there could be oversight on a drop like this, or that the team could had oversight. But in reality, the space is so new, experimental, and all these teams are growing. They're all fairly fresh in the grand scheme of things. Max 5 years together of any team, two to three with most of them. And yeah, we do know as Artifact CloneX there can be oversight. Things slip through the cracks, and things don't get thought out, or they get missed. So what Tevy shared at the top is the most important part. Like they're in team meetings right now. They're hitting the drawing board. Where do we fuck up? How do we fix it? And how do we fix it with proper optics? Because somebody said earlier, like just rushing a solution and changing it right now is actually probably worse optics than taking the time to think it out and do it proper. So that was important. I remember during Monolith, I think there was a few days before the solution was kind of announced, and it wasn't perfect. It wasn't the perfect solution. It was a solution, better than what it was, but it was at least thought out, right, to the best of the ability that they could. And so that's important for their game plan tonight. And they just raised $40 million. So if they need to pay overtime and they need to stay in meetings to make sure this is right for their community and holders, then you're going to keep that Zoom open. You're damn right you're going to keep that Zoom open, and we're going to fix this shit tonight. I think that's expected with the team, like operating on that level, honestly.
So for them to even say that proves that it wasn't oversight, like you said. Like they ran with it, like, yo, this is it. Let's go, we good. And then it came out like, whoa.
Well, it's almost not. It's hard to say that it's an oversight, like as it should have been expected, which kind of it should have. But there definitely has to be a lot of brainstorming on everything that could potentially go wrong. And like our military and our government has simulations that they run, thousands and thousands of simulations. They have like simulations on the level that it's damn near. It's pretty precise, but they run multiple simulations on a lot of shit. And you just got to kind of find out everything that could go wrong. Anything that could go wrong may go wrong. And so yeah, some shit slipped through the cracks.
Compound for those scenarios too. I mean, it's like a decision tree of there's like a go no go decision at different points too, right? So I'm thinking, the analogy of like when you have a launch, there's like a war room when everyone's there on the line and you're going through like we call it a TikTok list, not a TikTok app, but like, from a clock list, like you're down to the minute, as you approach the launch and you're just like checking off things. Like we do this for marketing launches, and this is definitely a marketing launch of sorts, marketing sales launch. And so I would love to be a fly on the wall for Web3 projects that do this at large, because it's like, man, there's many different ways in scenario plannings, like you said, and it's such a tough call to make. Like it is on the founders, the project team, to sift through it and make the call to be like, yup, it's a go, and it's not the best case scenario, but not going would be maybe worse. But I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about this particular situation. But it's tough. It's tough and fun to be in those war rooms, if you will, to make the call. But yeah, I love your example of like the military, where it's all about scenario planning. Like the strategy is the scenarios, right? To make sure that we got like all the corner cases and use cases figured out.
Yeah, I think
So
the one thing I wanted to quick add, sorry, comp. Do you think though, like, I know like we're saying maybe it's a mishap or all these things, but what if like the whole point was to recreate that magic? Like it feels like, honestly, as I sit back and I look at the whole thing, what if the whole point was to recreate the magic, right? And maybe that's the miscalculation here, but like they almost executed to the T of like the original event, right? Like there was a cool event, people went and everything, and then they had the check your wallet moment, so they did the same thing. Um, so it almost feels like they had something that worked extremely well the first time. They wanted to recreate that magic for people because that's what people were quote unquote expecting. The disconnect, if nothing, was not not sampling the art potentially or doing that. But as far as everything else, it feels like it looks like they ran the same playbook. It's just, maybe it's just unfortunate that, like nobody, and I don't know if this is real or not, but I feel like it is real because I think somebody touched on that. But they do have people within the community that they connect with and talk some of these things through. So, do we really think that like people that were in that inner circle didn't provide insight, and then that's why we are where we are now? I mean, either way they're addressing it, right? So it doesn't really matter at this point. But
Yeah, I think so. I think at like when they're at this level, and especially with Artifact, but Azuki now for sure, they have to compartmentalize a lot of information within the upper management. I think because of the potential of leaks and the potential of things like that. So maybe art previews, although art previews should go, and you should get a larger team looking at them to kind of weigh whether or not, like, if the whole team, the 40-50 person team, got to look at the collection prior, there had to have been somebody who spoke up and say, "Hey, look, this is way too similar." But I have a feeling that the whole team didn't actually see it. It was more so the upper management that got to see it, mainly to avoid any leaks or any art getting out or any kind of alpha getting out that could lead to any kind of trading prior to reveal. Um, which they did lock the beans though. But I don't know. I don't think so. Let's go some hands. Who had their hand up first though?
I think it
Let's
was
go to
that MF.
Rose. Did you want to reply to the topic you asked first, and then we can go to region?
Sure. I was just gonna add in that I think time spent on the trailer, like I think the trailer blew everyone away. So in terms of like as a time and resource that you manage on a team, like if so much energy was spent on the trailer and then not so much on the actual art, and the disconnect, I would say, is probably the most upsetting of like, I don't know. I think that that's probably the most perplexing thing, but yet not, because that's almost like a page in the Web3 playbook. You got to invest in the trailer, the hook that'll get them in to get the hype, the FOMO, all of that, and then you go, right? And I feel like, I don't know, I think it probably teetered a little bit too much in terms of the wow factor with the trailer, and the mention of it being, oh, they did this. It was like kind of the original vibe and unveiling. And it's like that. If anything, that probably is a mistake to try to rinse and repeat it literally in so many different aspects. But I think I think we hate going to the movies where the trailer is this amazing blockbuster, and then you go show up, and then you're like, wait a minute, where's the rest of the budget for this 55-minute movie that you thought would be a 3-hour blockbuster?
And Regen did touch on this about the marketing side, but I almost feel like this touches. I watched the trailer and I was there live for the. It almost feels like a false advertising type of thing. I expected, like, had I meant it, I had a picture in my mind of what I was pitched with the trailer. Like I had expected a certain type of art from the trailer, and it is not what was shown. And I would have felt slighted. I would have had a gut feeling like I got finessed in a way if the trailer was what I was basing. And the way that it was shown was in a way that, like, this is what the art looks like. This is the elementals, and it was lit. And so I see why a lot of people feel like they got slighted or finessed. Or
talked about that earlier. Like the video game trailer came out and it was fire, and the video game came out and it was trash. So same thing.
It's like the McDonald's, like those McDonald's hamburgers look so good on the commercials, and then you pick them up and they all busted. Yo, what's up, Regen?
I'll still eat the burger, number one, but kind of adding on to Tevi, because he was saying, it was the same process and whatnot at work. Yeah, that it worked before. It was just the other variables, which is why we're getting, or they're getting this feedback, which was, yes, art didn't match the trailer. Personally, I'm not surprised. I think the priority was selling during the hype, and they use sales tactics to get the job done. And I'm just not surprised, because I think history repeats itself. But again, I compliment Izuki in the sense that they know what they're doing. So I kind of want to ask, what do y'all think happens next? Because if I'm them, I'm putting Izuki on 30,000 pro clubs, and I'm sending him out immediately, and then airdrop. You know what I mean? So it's like, let's see what happens next. But as far as the collection, I mean, it's like, what do people expect? Like, it can only go so far in a sense. It's a picture, right? And it sounds like they may be able to evolve or something. And then that goes back to what another person was saying, like, that's either going to vibe with people or not. That's where expectations come in, and you see these different cycles of people getting out for other reasons, panic selling, they don't vibe with it, and then people coming in for other reasons too. So it's just a big case study, but some people have seen it. Some people are more aware of what's going on, but I want to know what you guys think will happen next. How do they react?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even have a good speculation for you.
I'm
just gonna let it play out. I'm actually, if I'm being completely honest, I'm more interested in seeing how they handle it, because I think no matter how it plays out, it will be really telling on one way or another. I think it's really that simple. I think it is a pivotal moment where it's kind of like, are you really about what you say you're about? And so we'll see. For me specifically, is it going to what drew me in? Is it going to be that, or is it more of the same old, which is fine too, but so that's what we're going to have to see. Like, how do they balance the people who have been there and the people that came in because they saw something that they resonated with? Like, how do you balance that out? And I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, but I think the more you're able to project and act on intentions and kind of stick to the core and what you're trying to deliver on, what you put out there, and you stay true to that, I think that goes a long way, right? But if you're looking at it and what you're putting out is
quote unquote, not genuine to some extent. And I'm not saying that the team is not genuine, but like if it feels like a sales tactic, or like it was just more like, we're just doing what we have to do now. Like this was always the plan, and we're just doing whatever we need to do to kind of quiet the voice, but it's not like you're not seeing real movement or whatnot. I think either way, I think it's going to be telling one way or another, and that will either turn people off or win them back. But I don't know what they're going to do, and I don't even know what would be the right thing to do. Um, there's things that we all think they could do, but I'm honestly more interested in how they approach it, because at the end of the day, this is their project and their vision. And I've said this before about Artifact itself, right? It's like we all bought in because we like the vision, in one way, shape, or form, and that trust has to be there. So now the question is there anything they can tell you to maintain that trust, or what they end up telling you reinforces why you feel you can't trust them? And that's for everybody to decide at the end of the day.
There's always going to be, there will be this like hint and like future drops and future things that happen that people will have this little scar that'll be there. And the same Artifact, like anything that's dropped since, people have been hesitant and like, and that it's just natural. I think the space allows way too much FOMO hype, and uh, and people like get so emotionally invested in something that's coming that the bar is set so high for these teams, and as it should be, it's a lot of money, right? But I think it's a massive, massive hit on mental health out here. Like I've seen people go from massive highs to massive lows in the matter of 8 to 9 hours, bro. And doing that to yourself multiple times is just so bad for your mental health. Like I hope that people do touch some grass. And when I say touch some grass, like actually step away for a sec. Rose took some time. She wasn't even out here minting shit. She's like, I'm gonna take a little break real quick. But Shadow, what's up, man? Save me. I'm just rambling.
No, I was just gonna say that they said they're gonna have an update tonight. I mean, for all we know, they've been an hour after the drop, they've been hard at work trying to figure out what's the best way forward. They have the opportunity to make the biggest Web3 Hail Mary we've ever seen. Um, I mean, that would be my main focus, is like, how can we fix this? How can we fix this? What are our options? If it costs a little bit of money, I mean, I don't want to be like, look, you gotta spend some money to fix the issue. I think there's some ways to fix it without spending money, but I don't know how the inner workings of these things work. But they have a chance. So that's basically what I'm saying. They have a chance.
They got 40 mil. Crack open that piggy bank, baby, make something shake.
It's so gross too to think about it. Honestly. Oh, but time or money can't buy time, right? Like you can't rewind the clock. And I think with expectations of it being mind blowing or innovative, there's so many points along the way that it could be. Like I think they can perhaps recover a little bit, but I don't know. I think it's just such a hard road. Like once you go down that path of already being, having disappointed, I would say, the community, because they were all about adding value to the OG community, where it's like, man, total disconnect of it being so similar in some cases to the original collection, that all of us here, or who are in the space because we are appreciative of the fact that we can leverage IP and using it, like the distinctness, the traits and what we could do with it, and the flex and all that is all packaged in to the thing that we get, which is ultimately the art. So I'm so curious to see what they can do. And like the Shadow had mentioned, there are things you can do with money to try to win back hearts and minds, and things that you could do without. So really interested to see what their plan is. But I'm also like curious to see if they're able to layer in some kind of innovation storytelling to enhance the overall experience. And if they say, this will give you access to XYZ that is, an augmentation to what the OGs would as well. That would be a cool way to solve it. But I don't know. They're not innovative on the art side of at least what we've seen so far. So it needs to be surrounding the art in some other capacity now. But really curious. I'm rooting for them. I hope they do solve for what we're thinking is maybe the Hail Mary, right? Iterate fast, learn fast, fail fast, but hopefully it can progress forward.
Did Regent said that they need to stamp Azuki on some golf clubs and start milling 30,000 out? Is that what you said earlier, Regent, or was
No, on pro clubs.
what's
You know what
that?
pro clubs are?
No.
They're a shirt you could get at a liquor store for like $10, but they were hot in high school. I mean, I still have them. I still rock them. But look up pro clubs. They're like they're big in LA.
Yeah.
I guess not too many people got that. But yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself, what does their community want? They're gonna want the apologies. They're gonna want them, admit they made the mistakes. Why they won't make it again. I mean, the community wants a lot, right? It's like, how are they gonna, if they do some kind of airdrop aside from you know what I mean? Like, this is where Azuki, they're not stupid. Watch them play the Bible right now. But it's like, how are they gonna execute it? So yeah, there's a lot in the air right now, but that's it.
Azuki need to have a Supreme collab, man. I don't know why they didn't run that play like last week, bro. Like, people will be all about. It's the same IP per se, right? Like the same red lettering or same red background with the white lettering. Same, like, never mind. I'm
40
so
mil.
proud.
40 mil.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Yo, you know what they need to do is get them Zippo lighters out to everybody. Not right, Tevi? I got like 3 Zippo
Oh,
lighters
you
here.
know what? That would
You
fix everything. That would
send
fix
out some
everything.
Zippo lighters. These things are lit, bro. You haven't seen these things.
That would fix it all. Like,
These things are lit, no pun.
no pun
Yo,
intended.
send out some
Hey,
Zippo
but for
lighters.
real, like that lighter though, can I get one?
Hey, is Tevi rugged right now? He might need to drop
Let's
down.
go to the hands. Let's go to the
The
hands.
co-host cannot be rocked. I'm just kidding.
No, bro, you send some MFers like a free T-shirt, and it like fixes everything. MFers love a free T-shirt. It's like spring break out here, bro. Let's go to Kevin.
Yo, but Compound, you said 40 million. Nah, homie, this is the second time they got 40 million. They didn't do anything with the first one apparently because they did it. They read up and did it again. That's where I'm like, I don't understand. I don't understand where people are like they're gonna deliver this time. They didn't deliver last time. I, I'm so confused with this drop. Like, I feel like there is something we're missing here. There's got to be something we're missing, right?
I think they're having a community meeting right now. Is what Tevi put at the top, and they're gonna address it or fix something. There's a little post at the top.
No, they have 10 minutes. They got 10 minutes figured out.
Nah, bro, it's 10:20 in California.
I know. There's still some hours left. Y'all in the
Where
wrong
you
time
at
zone
right now, Regen?
No, I'm saying Azuki's team has 10 minutes to get it done.
Oh shit! I get to play. You had 10 minutes to mint. All right, you got 10 minutes to give us a solution. Got it.
Damn, that totally went over my head.
He's
You
on
coming?
another level, bro.
I know, right? You too
He's
deep
on
with the jokes. I feel it though. I like it.
Quick shout out to Flip Holder in here. Flip and I we get dirty sometimes with our boots get dirty, so a quick shout out to Flip. Fuck with Flip.
Yeah, those are FUD fighters, bro. Flip should probably be in the FUD fighter group, dude. To be honest, you should add him.
First round draft pick, but
he's like
I'm
a
off the
first round
stage.
draft pick.
I'm off the stage. Someone come up. GG.
I mean, there's something a little comical to getting 40 million to dilute all your original holders, like a little bit.
Oh no,
Yeah.
dude, I understand 100% why they're pissed off, bro. Like we were in their space all day today, and their holders were not stoked at all. And I put myself in their shoes, and I was like, yeah, I'd be mad too, bro. I'd be mad too.
I was in the Cope spaces, and somebody said something about Suzuki's becoming the new Hello Kitty, and I was like, all right, y'all, calm down now.
Somebody did say that I like I'm gonna be honest, guys. I like the animal traits. They could have done a collection of like a bunch of those different animal looking ones, and I think it would have been different enough, obviously, and
Oh,
kind
me
of
too.
cool
They're
enough
dope.
to rock them. They're cool.
Somebody in the Cope group out last time. Somebody in the Cope group also found one from the original. I don't know if y'all talked about this already. One from the original collection and then one from the new collection that had the exact same metadata, exact same traits, which I thought was also interesting. Just a lot of interesting things coming from Azuki. Just can't believe it.
I didn't see the one from the original. I saw the one that Whale put up. It was like a shirtless one that's identical to
I thought he
his
was
one.
trolling with that one.
Oh, was he?
I thought
I don't
so.
Yeah,
know.
that one was a joke. Yeah, that one was a joke. Nah, Eddie, I can't think of who he hosts the other one with Rudo. Well, now while we're sitting there talking,
Dancing
he
Eddie,
found
Dancing Eddie. Yeah, we spoke
Dancing
about it.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah, he found one
legend.
matching one from the original collection. Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy
That's
actually.
nuts. That's nuts.
I mean, we still have 10,000 plus to reveal. I don't know. I'm keeping my hopes up for a giant tiger. That's what I want that tiger guy. If that tiger guy exists and those characters from the trailer exist, I think that rights a lot of wrongs that people are feeling some type of way right now. So we'll see. I think I'm actually probably gonna call it a night, but yeah, I don't know. It's been a long day.
No,
Long day, that's for sure.
dude,
Lots of ups.
all these teams have had these crazy like slip ups like this, and there's a ton of fucking money involved in every single thing. And all I hope for is this space. And I'm not saying I could run any of these projects better, so that's not what I'm trying to say. I just hope for our space that they are learning from each other and fixing shit. Because we can't go on forever just these huge, massive slip ups, massive amount of liquidity getting pulled out from all different types of shit of this space. So how they address this will be a huge kind of milestone in Web3 or learning lesson for other teams. Like all the other teams should be watching this and should be taking notes and should be having meetings on it. So let's see how they address it. Let's see how the community reacts. Let's see how the timeline reacts. Let's see how Discord reacts. Like, bro, there's so many like uh, like key points that you can take from how they address it and how the reaction has already come.
But
Why
also,
wait for yourself to fuck up to learn from these things? Like learn from the people, like learn from the rest of the teams that are doing this. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. So I hope the Artifact team is watching and the Yacht Club team, they're watching this and just kind of seeing how they address this, because you can learn a lot from situations like this.
I mean, I know that we don't like to talk about Web 2 and Web 3's new and fancy and all that stuff, but a lot of these things, like Web 2 has it figured out, right? Like if you take because it's really the difference between small companies like a startup and then a corporation. Now, there's probably like a happy medium in there, right? So I think the whole idea of like, I've said this before, but like space moves so fast and we do all these, I'm like, it's great, but you also got to take a step back and realize that you don't have to reinvent the entire book. Like Web3 does not have to exist in this tiny little bubble. Like it's still in the real world, it's still real people that you're working with and dealing with, right? It's like, yeah, feed the degen mentality and that stuff, like it works, but plan it out a little bit more, like slow it down a bit and plan it out and be more thoughtful about your strategy. And there's entire playbooks on how to do this. And again, at the end of the day, I'm not them. I'm not running their project. Like people are going to do what they need to do. I mean, it's their vision. They're running it. They're going to have to learn from it. It's their reputation and all that stuff. But I feel like Web3 has this sense of like, we got to go against the grain. We got to reinvent everything. We got to, be crazy. And well, I'm like, no, it doesn't have to be. Take the good stuff from Web 2, leave the stuff that doesn't work, and then innovate in that way, right? Like use that to push yourself further and connect with the community, because I think that's great. But you don't have to leave the whole strategy planning and all that stuff behind. And not saying that people always do, but that's part of the reason why you see some of these failures. And I think at the end of the day, there's also, just like with everything else, you start up and there's hopes and dreams, and then you realize how hard it is to do some of these things. So if nothing else, I think that we, as people participating in these projects, and these new brands and all these things, also kind of need to give people some grace, right? Like I think that's important, honestly, because like we're here because they're doing something, and I know I always go back to this, but we're here because they're doing something that we are interested in, and we cannot have these expectations that people are going to be perfect all the time. And even honestly, like even if you sample a group and you run all these different things, you can minimize the failure or the disconnect, but you're not going to be able to eliminate it all. So I think like these moments where stuff goes south and how you recover from it, I think is going to be the big telling part. So um, it's a weird thing to say, but I'm kind of looking forward to how they work through this, right? And do damage control
It's a
and yeah,
learning
exactly.
opportunity, dude. Like I want to see what they fucking do too. Um,
I
yeah,
find
go ahead,
this.
man.
I find that it's like this interesting dichotomy. Like, I used to go to CES conferences and all these Web2 conferences, and like never ever ever, and I've talked about this before, right? But like never ever did I go to like an Apple event or a Google event or whatever, and did I see somebody else wearing Google gear, Apple gear, and immediately think like we are connected. Like, oh my God, you got Apple, I got Apple, we're both Apple users. Oh my gosh, we're best of friends. Like, it doesn't work like that. And so when I consult with these teams, and even some of y'all know I used to recruit for Artifact. One of the things that Artifact did very specifically and luckily is, their team is native to the space. But not just that, they continue to make sure that they listen to their customers. And it feels like Web3 has yet to realize that their customers way different. Like all of us that are still here, like we're the most insane people in Web3 period. Like we went through SBF, we went through Do Kwon, we went through all this crazy bullshit. We went through Gary Gensler, part 1, 2, 3, and now 4. He's like fucking Freddy Krueger. Like he just keeps coming back, right? And we're still here though. We're still here in the nightmare, right? Going over and over. And so it's like these teams have not realized that we are a different type of consumer, like completely different. Will ride with you, but there's certain tenets that you need to meet. There's that piece, but then there's also this other piece. And that's that at the end of the fucking day, you will never make 10,000 individual people happy. And it's not 10,000. We know that, right? But it's not going to happen. So, like, just be more like Apple in terms of put your next iPhone out that has like one little thing that changed. We all know it's going to be the same fucking thing. We're all going to complain, but we're still going to buy it, and then we just keep on moving. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I gotta jump in, man. I'm sorry, but Kevin, hey man, you gotta put up a warning sign or something when you're gonna say the man's name who should not be named, Do Kwon. I mean, just even saying his name makes me shiver.
I thought you were
25.
gonna say Freddy Krueger. I'm like, man, I have nightmares still from like that dude. Like,
No,
and I'm like thinking about I'm about to go to bed, and he just brought up Freddy, and I'm like, man, I gotta figure out like how I go from this one room to the next room and down the hallway without like, I mean, it's dark out here,
no, man.
man.
Tavi, you're like 6'5", bro, and swole,
No,
dude.
I'm
What?
not six
You're
five, bro.
a
I'm
big
like
old
I'm
dude.
like five.
I,
I'm not. I'm not
Tavi
six
just think I
five,
just
and
think
even if I
feels like he's
was,
like
it would be
I
the
feel like
same
he's tall,
feeling.
bro.
Anyways.
You live
I'm just
in Minnesota, bro. Get a gun. I mean, what? It's
I have
Minnesota.
one. It's not in this room though. Like that's my problem. Look,
Oh shit.
Terra Luna was my biggest ever crypto loss, and I feel like it wasn't even my fucking fault. I lost so much money. I still sometimes have nightmares about Terra Luna. Oh man, dude. But yeah, you're right. We have been through a lot. And if you haven't been through that, count yourself lucky, bro.
Yo, real shit. Is there a person in this space that hasn't lost like in like a lot of money? Like enough money that everybody you know would be like, "Yo, fuck NFTs, fuck Web3, fuck your mom, fuck your dog, fuck your frog, fuck your fish, all your shit." I
If
like
if I told my family how much money Terra Luna, they would ask me if that guy's still alive, and I would tell them, "Look, he is. I can't even touch him, bro."
He's a
God,
fighter. He's a fighter, and he's looking to buy more.
family. Just to say what I'm about to say, I want you to know what I just did. I was in my room. My beautiful wife is sleeping angelically next to me. I got up out my bed. I walked all the way across my motherfucking house. I'm in our garage, in a corner, in the very cornerest corner of the corner to say, homie, I lost 5,000 motherfucking dollars. And if my wife knew that I had lost even $1,000, ain't no way I'm ever going back on that bed. So and that's not even that much. But I can't even say that shit. I'm literally in the dark. I can't see anything. I am in my garage, in the corner. That's how fearful I am for anybody to know about this shit. So, brother, I feel you. I fucking feel you. That's all I'm saying.
You're in your garage in the dark. You didn't even turn on the
That's how
light.
afraid of my wife understanding what I do when she's not looking.
Oh man, like that's bad. Like if man, I would not walk into my listen, the light in my garage is always on. Like always on. And my garage is done up. But it's always on because you don't know what lurks in the shadows, man. And so like I
My
said, when I'm
wife,
about to go to
my wife, homie, my wife.
You really got him going with this Freddy Krueger talk.
Freddie,
oh
yeah,
no.
Freddie.
Y'all just don't understand. But I hear you, Kevin, man. I hear you.
So, Kevin, who was the last person you recruited for Artifact? And go.
Oh yeah.
Just playing, just playing, just playing. You don't have to answer
I
that. You
hired
know
their
what I'm saying?
senior UX. They have a new senior UX designer. I hired hers straight out of Portugal.
Shout out to Portugal.
Shout out Portugal. Nah, I think y'all knew. I mean, y'all knew. Like Nike. So this was 3 months ago. My homie Zach. I don't know if y'all know Zach from Artifact. My homie Zach hits me up. That's my contact. Zach and Nikhil hit us up in a meeting. They're like, "Yo, look, guys. Here's the thing. We love you. I mean, you guys have hired some amazing people, but the thing is, Nike and Phil Knight said that we're gonna take shit over, so y'all need to go out the back door. And so that's basically how my time at Artifact ended. It was a lot of fun. I love them. They were amazing. But yeah, Nike is taking over, and y'all should really be happy about that. I know I am. So
I'm happy if you happy, brother.
same, same.
Yo, before Teddy gives us his good night spiel, I just want to thank everybody for coming out. It's been a hell of a conversation. I'm looking forward to seeing how they address it. I want to use this as a learning lesson, as everybody else should. Again, um, every team's going to go through some shit. Every PFP, every project has some shit. Be the bigger man. Someone comes after you on the timeline, defend yourself. But it ain't gonna make you a better person shitting on other projects. It just ain't. All you got out here is your name and your word. And so never falter on your morals, guys. Never falter on your morals. Dre Mill, you got anything for us?
That was pretty much it. I was gonna hit it. Same thing, man. Stay as positive as you can, and golden rule, right? We learned this back in kindergarten. Treat people how you want to be treated, regardless if they deserve it or not, man. What you put out is what you get back in. So always do your best to put out as much as you possibly can on the highest frequency, highest vibration you possibly can reach.
Tevi, our star guest host, bro. Close us out.
Man, one love. That's all I gotta say.